And Adrian Harms will be taking the next over. But hopefully, in the office, you should have the feed directly from us now if you weren't running on it before. But the next ball defended the offside, and there's no run. 111 for 3. So defended into the offside, and Adrian Harms is going to join us again. He'll take over at this the end of this over. So yes, we're doing our best to sync the commentary with the live feed, ladies and gentlemen. If you're watching that one, the video feed, and so I will dive off at the end of this over and try and get that sorted. Defended again, and there's no run. Have a chat to the officer Kent and make sure we're all doing the right thing. So Brown's on 2, Clark 29, and a ball left of this, the 34th over. As Adrian said, it's been fairly slow going. No one's moving too fast, understandably for reasons of heat, but also as Groenewald bowls to Brown now, right in front of his stumps, defends it very studiously. End of the over, it's Nelson, 1-1-1 for 3. Tim Groenewald has just bowled a maiden, 1 for 30. Clark has 29 from 56 balls, and Brown 2 from 19. It's BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio Sussex. Matt Cole and Adrian Harms.
Yeah, thank you to Carl Grantham, who sent through a tweet to BBC Sussex. He says, "Why is there no live video feed for all these games? You had 3 months to get the live link-ups. The Sussex game against Hampshire..."
It's on now, by the way.
"Was blah, blah, blah." Yeah, and I think, well, I would say, Carl, is, I think... I'm not defending the clubs, I'm not here to do that, but I think, a lot of the clubs are working on very, very short staff at the minute. Some staff still furloughed as well, so I think clubs really are doing their best. I know it's frustrating, as in comes Podmore and bowls and let go outside the off stump taken by Robinson, and there is no run. So, but the stream is now running, so hopefully you're enjoying the cricket and the commentary. But thank you for getting in touch, and thank you for your support. 2 slips and a gully, sweeper on the cover boundary. Cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg. The sun is back with us. It's not sort of blazing sunshine now. There's quite a bit of high-level cloud around, but it's still casting shadows from the players as Podmore turns and runs in towards us. Bowls, and forward comes Clark. Plays it into the offside. Good bit of fielding by Billings, setting the example as the skipper. And there is no run. We've had no spin since lunch, which is a little surprising.
No, with Reardon taking that wicket, that's a good point.
Yeah, I know we've had no Darren Stevens. I'm sorry as well that my internet is playing up, so I do apologise if you sent some emails through, and I will try and get it back on as soon as I can, but it's just playing up a bit. In comes Podmore again. From the Naggington Road end, he's in and bowls, and Clark is back on his stumps and plays carefully into the offside, and there is no run.
And I gather the live feed and the commentary now completely synced up, so
wonderful,
working. But as Adrian said, I mean, I know it's frustrating for fans who want to watch the live streams because they've been much vaunted by the counties, and we love doing the commentary and getting the pictures as well. But as you say, just a little bit of patience and allowances for the fact that everyone's running on the skeleton staff. I think
absolutely,
clubs, media, etc., at the moment. But it's up and running now.
Podmore in bowls, and Clark just shoulders arms at that one pass through to Ollie Robinson, and there is no run. It's been very quiet since lunch. 91 for 3 Sussex were at lunch, so they've added 20 runs since lunch in the half hour. Did have a delay, a couple of delays while the ball was inspected. Probably the 2 best shots since lunch have come from Tom Clark. 2 lovely cuts through backward point with bending the knees, and so far so good for the young 19-year-old who faces Podmore, who's in over the wicket, bowls, and he clips that one away.
That's lovely.
And that's a beautiful shot, over pitch by Podmore and clipped away backward of square by Clark, and he picks up another boundary. Lovely shot. He goes to 33, and Sussex to 115 for 3.
Wasn't the greatest ball, but Clark made every bit right of it. I would just say, in the previous over from Podmore and the previous over from Tim Groenewald, he looked a little loose outside off stump with ones that were bouncing. He wanted to have a go at, but threw the bat at both and missed. And Kent obviously thinking there's a chance there. But on the leg stump, absolutely punishing that loose ball from Podmore, and that's 4 more runs. So taking his chances. You do wonder, obviously the bowlers are keeping it fairly tight. It's not a road, this pitch, but you do feel there are runs to be made with enough patience.
Yeah, looks like a very good batting surface.
Yeah.
You just look, from where we are, and it's just a lovely sort of strawy colour, and it's a lovely hot day. It's a day you just feel you can really bat. 33 to Clark. Podmore round the wicket, comes in and bowls, and Clark, the ball goes just backwards on the leg side of a bit of thigh pad, and keeper Robinson is up very quickly in fields, and there is no run.
So I'm just slightly chuckling because generally in the 2 games that I've seen, the running has been, from all the sides I've seen, has been skittish. So at the very least, there's a lot of yes, no, not quite. But again, and when I talk about patience and making a bit of allowances, it's very easy. I've done this as a commentator, even in the warm-up game, of decrying people's performances, not slamming any players by any means, by saying, this is disappointing, or they'll be disappointed with that. But actually, these players are 2 months undercooked for the season.
Yes, absolutely.
They were furloughed until the 20th of around about the 20th of July.
Yeah,
and obviously doing their own training, but.
No, I think that's right, and I think that's reflective of the fact that counties, particularly bowlers, they're going to have to rotate because they just haven't had the normal preparation they would have had.
Yeah, talking to not betraying any confidences, but had a lovely chat with Paul Downton, always willing to talk to us off air, which is fantastic. But saying how he treated is it 2 or 3 matches each bowler then for Kent, and he said, well, we're not going to be prescriptive, but they need to protect, all the counties need to protect their bowlers. We've seen injuries already, haven't we, around the counties, the bowlers pulling up, and this one, lovely little dab actually outside off stump, just letting it run off the face by Brown, and he'll take 2 for that. It's Ivan Thomas, by the way, he's replaced Gronewald at this end, a no ball as well, he's no balling from the far end, but so that's 4 in total. Been quite impressed by Sam Billings, and this is something that is, I think, a characteristic of his captaincy. He's willing not to change the bowling around fairly swiftly. A bowler doesn't necessarily have, a seam bowler doesn't necessarily have 6 or 7 until he's exhausted to come off. It's if it's not working 3 or 4 overs, he'll try something different, get someone on fresh. Thomas, slower ball outside the off stump, but left by Brown. There's no run.
Yep. And he had a decent enough one-day series, didn't he, Sam Billings?
Yeah, got 67 in the first match against Ireland. Man of the match, 40-something, not out, and the second one guided them home again, with some help.
Yes. Does he keep now, or only in? Does he keep in T20 cricket? Or?
He does, yeah. But he doesn't. No, Ollie Robinson's been keeping. But it depends when. It obviously depends when. Sam's here. That might be a question for this T20, in fact, as Thomas bowls. That's nipping away from Brown. Got some good movement there.
He did.
Did Ivan Thomas, from a good length as well. But having been injured most of the last season, that I guess that point was moot. He injured his shoulder in a one-day game, and took him until the end of the season to come back. But at that point, Ollie Robinson was very much firmly with the gloves for Kent.
Yeah, that was horrible. Didn't he slip and
he
dislocated his shoulder?
Yeah, literally had flown back from the IPL to play down at Cardiff against Glamorgan, and as you say, it was Thomas just outside the off stump, left by Brown, and there's no run. And to lump bitter irony on bitter irony, that game was actually abandoned, so it was in the play that we did get. Slippery outfield. Went down, dislocated his shoulder, and it was a bad one as well. He was out for months, and reappeared at the end of the season. In fact, scored in the Championship, got 3 consecutive centuries. Really announced himself re-announced himself, I should say, as a Red Bull player. But yeah, so it's one of those when I start moaning and ranting about umpires not playing when it's a bit slick on the outfield. Well, that's one of the reasons. Safety players. That's a lovely ball.
Yeah. That was quick as well, actually.
Yeah.
One of the quickest balls of the day, I think.
I would say, after a loose first ball, this is Thomas's best over.
Yep.
But yeah, and I'm not before anyone gets on the phone to the lawyers, whoever was standing at Cardiff, I'm not criticising the umpires there, but obviously that's exactly what they're trying to prevent, is players slipping and sliding, knees and ankles and shoulders. But anyway, back to the happy point. Sam Benning's back playing for Kent. Robinson is behind the stumps. He had a great year last year, Ollie Robinson, both with the gloves and particularly with the bat as well. So Jordan Cox, your listeners may not know, from Sussex, is also a wicket-keeper who's standing at first slip. Ivan Thomas bowls to Brown. That's an easier lead, bouncing away from him outside the off stump, because Kent just seem to have there's a conveyor belt of wicketkeeper batsmen that lasts back, I think, more or less a century, isn't it? Not quite that, but
there's been some good ones.
Recent times, a number of Kent's promising players coming through in every generation seem to be wicketkeepers. Jordan Cox has kept for England under-19s. He's opening for Kent in this game, as he did against Essex as well. Looks very, very promising indeed. So it's funny how counties seem to sometimes produce identical players in similar positions. Outside the off stump again, left by Brown. Decent over that one from Thomas. A tester after that first no ball, and that's 119 for 3. Sussex, Clark 33, Brown 4.
So we talk about Ollie Robinson, and I was saying earlier that they do. Ollie Robinson and Ollie Robinson, Kent and Sussex, share the same birthday.
They do.
1st of December 1998 is the Kent Oliver Robinson.
Yeah.
Oliver Graham, born in Sidcup, 1st of December 1998, and the Sussex Ollie Robinson, Oliver Edward, born in Margate.
Yep.
On the 1st of December 1993, so he's 5 years older, Ollie Robinson, than
Ollie Robinson.
Yeah. So there we are. That's a slight quirk, isn't it? Both sharing the same birthday. 119 for 3. So slow going for Sussex. I mean, they won't be unduly worried about that, but I think at the same time Billings will be thinking, well, Sussex aren't getting away here. And the run rate has been pretty slow since lunch. Clark has been the more dominant partner. He's made 33 or 62 balls. It's a 4-day game. There's a lot of time to go, so and a lot of overs to be bowled today still. Another 54 to go in the day, as in comes Podmore running down the hill to bowl to the left-handed Clark. He's in, and he's caught behind, is he? No, he isn't. Well, momentarily Podmore thought he'd got his man. He was half forward, was Clark. The angle of attack from Podmore was around the wicket, and he sort of went across the left-hander, taken by Robinson.
Yeah, his body language, Clark, didn't help him there in terms of the appeal, because he looked very quickly to see where that ball had ended up. Yeah, good delivery from Podmore, but I think perhaps from the strength of the appeal, you might say that they weren't entirely convinced, Kent.
Yeah. Podmore again, round the wicket, bowls, and Clark gets an edge, runs that one down backward of point. Is it Kadri who's after the ball? I think it is. And Clark thinks about a third, but there was never really one there, and they happily settle for 2. And Clark goes to 35, and Sussex to 121 for 3.
And the two Ollie Robinsons come from very different ends of Kent, so almost as far east as you can get, is almost as far as
Sidcup to Margate.
Indeed, yes.
Yeah.
It's a wide old county. But, well, perhaps, you know, depending on how their careers pan out, and we have big hopes for them both, obviously, on the different county borders, that there will eventually be an Ollie Robinson day, and that both of them will be celebrated.
Wouldn't that be nice if they? Well, and who knows? They could both play for England one day.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If they both become England legends, you know,
you never know.
What are you doing for Ollie Robinson Day? People will ask you in the future.
Well, I was there. I was there on his debut for Sussex, and he made 100 that day up at Durham. So he can bat a bit.
Yeah.
Although it's his bowling that's getting him in the team. In comes Podmore, bowls, and Clark cuts that one out. That's 4 runs. That's a nice shot. And a bend of the knees. It's the 3rd time since lunch that he's played that shot. I wonder if that's one of his favourite shots. Just slightly short outside the off stump, bend of the knees, and he cracks the ball away through backward point for a boundary. He goes to 39, and Sussex to 125 for 3. So having said the scoreboard had got rather stuck since lunch, Clark has picked up 6 in this over. Nice shot as well, all the way along the ground.
Whistle past Kadri, and it could have been a foot wide of him, but absolutely no chance. And 125 to 3 now. Yeah, like the way he's playing.
Nice shot.
A bit of aggression.
Just the 2 slips in place now. Podmore in a game, bowls, and Clark's going to get more runs. Here he plays this down towards fine leg, and he's going to get 4 more, and Podmore's really disappointed erring down the leg side, and Clark just tucked inside the line and helped it on its way. He goes to 43, and Sussex to 129 for 3. So coming round the wicket, I mean, the natural trajectory is it's sort of going to take it down the leg side, but that was a bit of a gimme really, and the fine leg is about on a 45-degree angle, and he had no chance of cutting that off, particularly because the nets are down below us, and the outfield is quick anyway, but once the ball gets on this netted area, there's no chance of stopping it.
The feeling from the bowler who feels like perhaps he should have had the batsman out earlier in the over, and now he's getting treated.
Podmore again bowls, and Clark is very comfortably forward and plays that through mid-wicket, takes a comfortable single fielded by Bell Drummond, who comes off the deep mid-wicket boundary. One more to Clark, he goes to 44, and Sussex to 130 for 3.
Not by any means saying that he was out, the umpires got it wrong, but it's obviously in a bowler's mind, when you're so channelled into getting that breakthrough, thought he might have had him, and then at the end of the over, towards the end of the over, starts, as you can see, 11 from this over now, crikey.
Yeah.
And still a ball to come. It was the first one of those that really raised the eyebrows, but it's been expensive since then.
2 slips for the right-handed Sussex skipper Ben Brown. He's in and bowls, and Brown is that's out, isn't it? Oh, crumbs. Well, I thought it was. Well, it was very close. I mean, I don't know whether he got a little inside edge on that or something, but he was only half forward, Ben Brown. Did he give a? Yes, he must have got an edge on that, you know.
He gave a run. You're
yeah, he
right,
did give a run, because I think had it not, I think he was almost bang in front then.
I'm looking at the replay. It looks
very out.
Looks very close.
Yeah. So he's got a little inside edge on that, did Ben Brown. He goes to 5. That's actually to 131 for 3 at the end of the over. Clark on 44, Brown on 5. Live cricket here on the BBC, BBC Sussex, BBC Radio Sussex, I should say, and BBC Radio Kent.
Yeah, it was a bit of a stifled appeal at the end as well, wasn't it? They had a good shout, but he's saying must have. Wouldn't be surprised if umpire Long actually said something to the bowler at the time. It's got an edge. Here's Thomas to Brown. Steals the strike by dint of that single. He's got a 5 for 27, whereas Clark's rocketing along, 44 from 67.
I do apologise to anybody who's trying to send emails through the Sussex email address and I just can't pick them up at the moment. I've sort of rebooted. So
if you want to copy kentcricket@gmail.com into your, what do they call them, into your mail sender thing.
Yeah.
You can always copy us in, and if anyone doesn't get them, I will. kentcricket@gmail.com. It'd be great to hear from you today. Whether you're lolling in the garden, working perhaps. If you are, it's Thomas to Brown. That's a corking delivery.
It is.
He's played down the offside, off stump line, as Brown gone through to the wicket keeper. It's just minutely shaped away from Brown, enough to deceive him, and through to Robinson. And,
cracking delivery, wasn't it?
Yeah, really good. And actually, it seems to me Thomas is bowling better this second spell than he was in the first. Typical of the man. He's got a smile on his face as he goes back to his mark, but taking advice and encouragement from Harry Podmore to his left and Darren Stevens to his right. 2 slips and a gully now as Toss bowls to Brown. He's up on top of this one. Brown has done well, keeps it down out towards the point boundary. Kadri jogs in to get it, and it's just a single. 44 for Clark, 6 for Brown, 132 for 3. BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Sussex, and local radio across the board covering county cricket, as again, it's a delight to do it, and bring it to the listeners.
I think England going along nicely. Matt, 72 for 1, needing another 205 to win. So I mean that's a lot of runs on a 4th day track, but
they've got plenty of time in it.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, Sibley 34, Route 26 at the moment.
I really like that Pakistan attack as well.
Yeah,
they've got great variety, haven't they? This is Thomas once more, bowling to Clark, defending it into the onside, falling for the no run. But yeah, love the variety of bowlers that they got at their disposals. We were talking about Abbas before. Shaheen Afridi, left arm option. Yasir Shah, of course, leg spinner.
Yeah, they really have got a
Nassim as well. He's Nassim Shah, who's deceptively quick.
Yeah.
I think they're the most frightening kinds of bowlers. Because he kind of glides in, but gets very front on,
Yeah.
and before you know it, the ball's round your ears or demolishing your stumps. Here's Thomas, no ball, and Clark defends it, no run.
I can see Phil Salt wandering around the boundary. Is that Mitch Claydon? I think it is.
Well, if anyone's going to cheer him up,
It's down below us.
it'll be Mitch.
Yeah. I'm wishing he was out there still, Phil Salt, but he was the first one to go for 19 this morning. I'll give the scores in the other games at the end of this over, so we can keep abreast of what's going on up and down the country.
Or laugh at your rivals, whichever is your predilection at home.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh. What happened there? Sort of stopped halfway through his run up, didn't he?
Just lost the thread for a moment. In Ivan Thomas. Tall, red-headed mop of red hair and red beard. Big Red, as he's known in the
Is he?
the dressing room, apparently. Yes. Yeah. Ivan Thomas, 6.5 feet tall.
He's a big lad, isn't he? Make a good second row.
So he bowls now just outside the off stump, and it's pushed out towards the offside boundary. Groneval goes round to field it. He will get. They'll come back for a second.
Yes, running.
Throw's not great, but it will come to this bowler's end, and Brown gets through for the second. But Clark it is with the runs 46. He's 4 short of his half century. 70 balls. Good strike rate.
Yeah, which would be a maiden first class half century for Tom Clark.
Yeah, he's done well. He's flirted a couple of times outside the off stump.
Yeah, he has, I agree.
Ridden his luck perhaps a little bit, but you'd expect that. I think it's very hard to go completely chanceless during a 70 ball innings. Here's Thomas to Clark, just inside of the bat, that one, taking some ooze from the slip cord and wicket-keeper, but it's no run. Defended.
So 136 for 3. Sussex. Clark on 46, as Matt was saying. Brown on 6. The man out, Salt 19, Haynes 21, Finch 37. So elsewhere in this southern group, Middlesex 113 for 4 against Hampshire. Middlesex winning their opening game against Surrey. Hampshire losing their opening game against Sussex. At Chelmsford, Essex 109 for 4. Essex who narrowly beat Kent in the week. Surrey who lost their first game to Middlesex. In the central group, Worcestershire 124 for 3 against Glamorgan. Somerset having a pretty torrid day at Northampton. They're 110 for 8. Gloucestershire 102 for 3 against Warwickshire. I think that game's at Bristol. Then this game between Leicestershire and Derbyshire. I wonder whether it's being played actually, because I don't think Leicester can play at home, or has the lockdown finished? Let's have a little look. But it is being played at Leicester. So Leicestershire are... I'll get that game up in a moment. 126 for 5 against Derbyshire. Yorkshire 123 for 4 against Notts. So it's going to be...
It's Groneval from the...
Groneval, yes.
Road end, yeah.
Comes in and bowls to Brown, who just places quietly to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So there's a change of bowler, not shown on the scoreboard. In fact, they're still showing it as Podmore, which it certainly isn't. We'll get that in a minute. Durham, meanwhile, 94 for 3 against Lancashire. And as I say, in the Test match, England 74 for 1, needing another 203 to win. 2 slips in a gully, sweeper on the cover boundary, extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as Groenvold is on his way again. Bowls and Brown drives to mid-on, the high left elbow, and there is no run.
Ben Sanderson has taken 5 for Northants against Somerset, I gather.
He's a good campaigner.
Yeah, there's excellent text feed on bbc.co.uk/cricket. All the notable performances during the day from all around the counties.
Groenvold turns. He's on his way, bowls to Brown, and Brown carves that run away to the sweep on the cover boundary. I'll just break off for a minute because I think Matt's got an update to do.
Indeed so. I'm going to trample rudely in. 46 now for Clark. Brown has 7. Field changing over then for the for the left-handed Tom Clark as Brown goes on to 7. Updating and a show now. Hello there, Anna. No more wickets, unfortunately, for Kent since lunch. Toiling a bit in the heat, the bowlers. Tim Gronewald now bowling from the far end, the Nackington Road end. But Kent had Sussex 91 for 3 at lunch, getting Phil Salt out for 19, Tom Haynes out for 21, Harry Finch for 37. The wicket shared between Darren Stevens, Tim Gronewald on his debut, and Marcus O'Riordan, the young spinner, as well. But no breakthroughs since at lunch, although Ivan Thomas and Tim Gronewald have both nearly found the edge of Tom Clark's bat. He's now 4 from his half century, and it'll be his maiden half century, the young Sussex batsman. He has 46. Ben Brown, the Sussex captain, has 7. That's the cricket here. Elsewhere in the Test match, England chasing 277 to beat Pakistan 85 for 1. The cricket here, Kent against Sussex in the sunshine at Canterbury, continues via our website and the BBC Sport app. And back in the room, you haven't missed any runs, I don't think. No, Clark's still on 46, Brown on 7.
And it's going to be Gronewald again, coming into bowl to the left-handed Tom Clark. He's in and bowls, and Clark cuts that one away, and that could well be his maiden half century. No, it's not. A very good bit of fielding by Kadri out on the boundary, who gets in the throw, but it's 2 more to Clark. He goes to 48. That's Sussex to 139 for 3 at the end of Gronewald's over. 10 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 33. As we have another hygiene break, out come the drinks and the hand sanitizer, and well, it has been pretty slow progress today. I think, you know, the breaks do mean that is the case. We've had the ball changed as well, so it's just one of those things, really.
And not much spin.
Not much spin.
Just a couple of overs from O'Riordan before lunch, wasn't it? So
yeah, I mean, so we are we're pretty much halfway through the day's play, really, but we're not halfway through the overs, so I think we'll have a bit of overtime to do tonight here. But we're not worried about that, because at least we've got some cricket. And I would say that the way it's going now, it's probably, you know, I had Kent ahead at lunch, picking up those 3 wickets, but Sussex, having won the toss and batted, are just sort of clawing things back. So it's, you know, probably about sort of even Stevens at the moment.
As the shine goes off the ball, I suppose naturally the spinners are more likely to be brought into
yes,
attack.
you'd have thought so.
And O'Riordan did a decent job, of course. He took a wicket in his second over, was it? And just before lunch, getting rid of Harry Finch. So
yeah,
but yeah, you're right. It's been slow going so far. I don't think we're surprised that no one's in a massive hurry in this heat either to get on. Harry Portmore's just perhaps I shouldn't go into that. Just adjusting his waistband.
Oh, he is. Yes, I can see.
Brown has 7, Clark has 48. Ivan Thomas to continue from this pavilion end. But well, actually, Ivan Thomas, since he's come back, and perhaps up the hill suits him, well, the slight slope suits him slightly better. Brown's behind that. There's no run up to Daniel Bell-Drummond, who's at mid-wicket. There's obviously wicket-keeper Ollie Robinson alongside him is Jordan Cox. Jack Leaning is at second slip. Marcus O'Riordan now point, just slightly backward point. Hamid Kadri is on the point boundary. Sam Billingsley, Kent caps in at cover. Daniel Bell-Drummond at mid-wicket. There's Harry Portmore, number 1 on his back with the silver hair under his cap at mid-off, and Darren Stevens with the much faded, now brown Kent cap is at mid-on. Gronewald down at long leg as Brown does well, just clipping that into the offside, and takes a single. Kadri Fields comes round to extra cover from his boundary position, and that's 150 partnership up, of which Tom Clark has hit 37.
Yes,
and Ben Brown has hit 8. So yeah, by far the majority of the runs going to the young Clark. And applause, is that from the Sussex balcony? I think it was. Perhaps just a little bit gently from all around the ground. There's no piped crowd noise here. It's just the sound of the players and us.
Yes.
For better or for worse. Here's Thomas to Clark, then 2 slips in for him. Defensive, no run.
I had an email in from Jeff Lloyd, so I've got the emails
Hello,
working
Jeff.
now. It's taken me a little while, but he says, "Good afternoon, commentary team. It looks like a very slow over rate. It doesn't do county cricket any favours. The break must have lasted 10 minutes. Sussex should bat all day, and I'm hoping for a draw at least. Best to you both." Jeff Lloyd from a very sunny and hot Lancing. I'm sure it is hot. At least you're by the sea, Jeff. Sea's nice and warm at the minute. I was down at Littlehampton a couple of weeks ago and had a bit of a paddle. I'd had a swim already this year down at Wittering, which was very nice, but it really did feel really nice, so I'm sure people are enjoying that.
Bet they are. Here's Thomas round the wicket to Clark then. Again forward defensive, and there's no run.
So from here, I mean, where people go to the coast from here? Is that sort of Margate?
Whitstable, I suppose. Yeah, just up the road.
Is that a nice beach, or?
It's very nice. It's pebbly,
is it?
But it's a lovely little place.
Is it?
Whitstable, yeah. Get your oysters there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ice cream on the beach, fish and chips.
Oh, very nice.
I say lovely little place. I think it's expanded Whitstable because it's a lot of what do they call it? They call DFLs down from London. A lot of people have settled there as well. It's such a pretty spot. So town's expanded a bit, a lot busier than it was. But there's all sorts of places. You can go down to Herne Bay as well.
Yeah.
But further on, Broadstairs and Margate. Broadstairs beautiful. Ball flicked down to fine leg. Oh, single taker. They come back for another, actually. Misfield by Hamid Kadri, and that brings up Tom Clark's 50. Cheers from the Sussex dressing room balcony. 77 balls with 8 fours, 87 minutes. He's had 1 or 2 rash shots, but otherwise he's played very well and taken the attack to these Kent bowlers. And he's a major reason Sussex now extending after lunch, looking a lot more solid. 1-4-2 for 3.
Yeah, it's been a lovely knock, hasn't it? Nice to see the Sussex boys all applauding Tom Clark. And I see Ollie Robinson applauding as well behind the stumps. It's been a nice innings.
Yes, indeed. He's done well. Tall, looks great on the offside. And that shot was on the on, of course, but that one he just cuts out to point and Groenewald Fields. Single 1-4-3 for 3. Brown has 8. Clark has 51. End of the over. In fact, Clark's hit the strike again off his captain, but I don't think Ben Brown will be too upset about that. No. He's not seen, as you say, that much of the ball in this partnership, but Clark's been doing the aggressing and has done very well. 51.
Yes, indeed. A couple of earlier emails that people may or may not be listening now. One from Jamie Spears, who's a regular contributor. Hello, Jamie. Says, hi, Adrian and Matt. As much as I like these conditions, it can get very hot and humid very quickly. Struggled to sleep last night. I do agree with you, Robinson is going to be missed for Sussex and wish him well for England. Sussex need to make the most of these conditions today and play sensible shots. Have a great day in the Garden of England. Well, we are having a lovely day. Yeah. It's going to be Tim Groenewald who's going to carry on. 10 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 33. He's bowling with 2 slips and a gully. To the left-handed Clark. He's in around the wicket and bowls, and Clark shows good judgment and lets the ball pass by outside the off stump. And there is no run, so thank you, Jamie, for getting in touch with us. Also, Tim got in touch. Hello, Tim. Tim Warwick, good to hear from you, Tim. And this was earlier on today when he could hear us loud and clear on the BBC but couldn't find the streaming. But I know that's now working, Tim, so I hope you're well and enjoying the weather as Groenewald turns at the Naggington Road end. And comes running in, bowls, and forward comes Clark and just plays deftly into the offside through backward point and picks up a single. That's his 52nd run, and Sussex to 144 for 3. And there was another email from Andrew Grand, and that was about the stream as well. But you can get the stream by going through the Kent website, and you'll see it's all up and running now. We have 1 or 2 little gremlins, but you know that happens. But it's all working now, so hopefully you're able to watch and listen. 2 slips and a gully for Groenewald, who's coming running in from the Naggington Road end. He bowls, and Brown is beaten outside the off. That's a good delivery, and Ben Brown was beaten. The ball whistles through to Robinson, and there is no run. We've had no Darren Stevens since lunch, and we've had no spin either, so it's been seam all the way. And it was the spinner, O'Riordan, who picked up the wicket of Harry Finch just before lunch for 37, when Finch looked really well set. Here comes Groenewald again, bowls, and forward comes Brown and plays solidly to mid-on. And there is no run. I think Ben Brown realising just how important he is here for Sussex. Skipper.
You might say Harry Finch took a bit too much of a liking to young Marcus O'Riordan, didn't he? That second over.
Yeah.
So, going for an extravagant slog. Getting called at slip.
And comes Groenewald again, bowls, and Brown looks to drive through the offside, but only drives to mid-off, and there is no run. I can see a gentleman on a balcony has got a pair of binoculars out and he's looking around the ground. A lot of those balconies have got umbrellas up. I can see a pink one and a couple of green ones, which are set up in such a way as to sort of protect people from the sun.
Yeah, it's the old parasol there, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you don't want to be in direct sun all day.
No. Quite a lot of those balconies got pots on as well, as in comes Granville bowls and played to the offside. And there is no run. End of the over, 144 for 3. Brown on 8, Clark on 52. When I say pots, I mean flower pots with different colour flowers on. People trying to make their balconies look nice. And what a lovely place to watch the cricket on an afternoon like this. So, Clark 52, Brown 8. Live cricket here on the BBC, BBC Sussex, Radio Sussex even, and BBC Radio Kent. If you've just joined us, the news was that Sussex won the toss, unsurprisingly decided to bat on what looks like a very good batting wicket. Before lunch they lost Salt for 19, Haynes for 21, Finch for 37. They went to lunch on 91 for 3, now 144 for 3. My name is Adrian Harms, and his is Matt Cole.
Thank you, Adrian. England have just lost their second wicket. Don Sibley has gone. 95 for 2 a few moments ago. Ben Stokes is in with Joe Root. Here comes Thomas round the wicket bouncer. First one we've seen today, I think. And Clark definitely took the bait, whether he got underneath it through to Ollie Robinson. So, worth a try, I'd say. It certainly was a surprise to everybody. We've not seen any short stuff really of note. It's the first one from Thomas, just a chap from Sam Billings, who comes out from his position at mid-wicket. Let's have a quiet word with Ivan Thomas. Perhaps he's seen something you can try. Ivan, maybe. Number 5 on his white shirt, bowls to Clark. Again he's gone for the short ball, and again Clark's gone for it. Well, Kent might think they found something here, because Clark can't resist going for the hook, and they're hoping for a top edge to the keeper. You won't hear that. There's a helicopter just going past the ground. It's by far the loudest thing. Normally, when there's crowd hubbub, you wouldn't hear it that clearly, but now it sounds like it's about to land on the outfield. I assure you it's not.
It is loud, isn't it? My word.
It's a fly past. And here's Thomas to come in around the wicket once more to Clark. Full length ball this time. Clark pushes it into the offside, fielded by Daniel Baldrawan, and they'll come through for a single. 1 4 5 for 3. 8 for Brown. Saw a Spitfire on my walk on Wednesday or Thursday.
Did you?
Absolutely brilliant, yes. There's one out of Biggin Hill, I think, so could well have been that one, but with its stripes on its wings, invasion stripes apparently.
How lovely.
I read later. I'd never seen one in that livery before, but lovely throaty noise as they come over you. Scaring the local wildlife, but none the worse for that. 1 4 5 for 3. Beautiful sight. Brown, the Sussex captain, now faces, goes out up on his toes, cuts it away. Cadbury fields a point, and they'll get themselves a single. 1 4 6 4 3. Clark has 53. His captain has 9. Keeping an eye, obviously, on the England score. If you're out and about wondering what Kent's Barry Hawkins is doing in the Snooker World Championships, he's 5-3 down at the break against Neil Robertson, the former world champion. There's a lot of time to go. A lot of frames to go in that one. They do it by time, do they, snooker? Not
absolutely, yeah.
So a lot of frames to go. 5th ball of the over from Thomas. Full delivery up to Stevens at mid-off, and there's no run. Great character though, Barry Hawkins, our snooker player.
Where's he from?
Great stuff. He's from Ditton, in the west of the county. He says he's been getting fit. He's been riding the highways and byways in Yorkshire. He always stays at the same place, the World Championship, so has a regular landlord every year. He's been on his bike. He says he's been trying to keep him from. He says, I'm like Barry Wiggins now. No, not Barry Wiggins. Yes, Barry Wiggins. That's
Bradley Wiggins.
Yeah, exactly. He's Barry Hawkins, Barry Wiggins. Yeah. Clip down to fine. It's a leg by, in fact. One to the total. 1 4 7 for 3. Brown has 9. Clark has 53 at the end over. One of those delightfully self-effacing sportsman. He's not one to hide behind cliches either, which is
that's good.
Which is great. He's often makes us laugh for all the right reasons, and just seems a thoroughly nice bloke.
No, it's good, isn't it, when you get someone local who's
it is,
as approachable
and
as
I
that.
think all our areas have people like that, don't they?
Yeah,
Which
absolutely.
Is,
no, absolutely.
I think he's what they call a cult hero in snooker, but it would be lovely if he won the World Championship. I don't know if that's... obviously it's very competitive these days, isn't it? But anyway.
In comes Groenewald into his 12th over. Round the wicket, comes in, bowls to Clark, and Clark is beaten. The ball thumps into his pad. There's no appeal, so maybe there's a bit of bat on that, and there is no run. I watched the 147 break the other day by John Higgins, but then he lost.
Yes. And
he lost to a chap from the Netherlands. I mean, I wasn't aware. I mean, I'm not really up with my snooker, but I wasn't overly aware that the Netherlands were strong in snooker, but this chap was obviously a very good player. And in comes Groenewald again, around the wicket bowls, and Clark is going to be caught. No, he's not. Well, he's got 4 runs, and so you have to say if it goes to 4 runs, maybe it's a decent shot, but it was in the air a little longer than he would have thought. It was sort of a checked drive, and it was only just out of the reach of Podmore at mid-on, and the ball sped away for 4 runs, and the 150 up for Sussex.
Yeah, just Tim Groenewald, as that went away, almost clasping his hands in prayer in front of him, but hoping that Podmore will get onto that one. But yeah, uppish definitely. But 57, it's good innings so far. Has taken 1 or 2 chances.
Yeah. Groenewald again, 2 slips go down, as does the gully. He's in on bowls, and Clark is forward, this time solidly, plays to mid-wicket, fielded by Bell Drummond, and there is no run. Total remains 151 for 3. I wouldn't know who the world champion is actually, isn't it?
Kurt Mafflin is the player you're talking about, isn't it? The Dutch player. Yeah, sorry, I didn't realise he was from the Netherlands, but no, darts, they're massive, aren't they?
Yes, absolutely.
Think of Michael van Gerwen, who's...
yeah, many times sort of world champion in one of the forms, I'm sure. In comes Groenewald, bowls, and he's going to get runs here again. Had there been a 3rd slip, he would have been out, Tom Clark, but there isn't. I don't think he intended it to go there, in all honesty. He was looking to play that through extra cover, but he got a thickish edge. The ball goes through 3rd slip area, but it's 4 more for Tom Clark. He goes to 6-1, and that's 155-3.
Judd Trump is the answer to that, by the way.
Judd Trump?
Yes.
Okay.
I had no idea he'd beaten John Higgins in last year's final.
No,
so
nor did I.
I've completely blanked that out.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. No, me and thee the same, to be honest. As in comes Groenewald again, running towards us. Bowls, and Clark is forward and places very correctly to mid-off. And there is no run. 155 for 3. Yeah, I mean, I knew you can't go back, in time, but I remember those great World Championships with, Steve Davis and Dennis Taylor, and that was sort of the era really, and
a massive
Alex
TV viewing figures as well.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, it was almost sort of compulsory viewing, wasn't it? Generally, it was sort of over April time, the World Championships. Groenewald in again, bowls, and Clark solidly forward, takes a nice step, plays it into the offside. There is no run. End of the over. Clark is 61, Brown is 9. And Sussex going along very nicely here. 155 for 3. I just wonder whether Sam Billings might be thinking about changing things around or changing the bowling. And just as I say that, I think we're going to get a bit of Darren Stevens.
It's captaincy from the commentary box once again. Adrian Harms is. You called the spinner on earlier. You were saying, "Oh, we'll see a bit of spin." Oh, look, here comes the spinner.
Off to get my lottery ticket.
I think, brilliant.
That's not going to happen, is it?
Yeah. I'll give you his lottery numbers for a percentage. How about that? Email me in private. DM me, they say these days, don't they?
But it just needs something a little different, doesn't it? I'm a little surprised there's been a bit more spin, but maybe that's going to come as well.
No such problems for Pakistan against England breaking through, unfortunately. They've taken a 3rd wicket now. Joe Root has gone for 42. England 96 for 3. They need 277 to win. It's probably going to need to be a nail-biter for them to win now, isn't it?
Yep.
Naseem Shah has struck. But yes, Stevens back in action. And he has 2 slips and a gully in. As he trundles in now, or he soles to his boots to Brown. Brown goes to cut that away. In fact, it's a drive, and that'll be 4 runs. Bouncing. I didn't pick that up. I don't think Sam Billings did.
No, he didn't. No,
pick up the flight. It's 4 runs.
Yeah, and the fielder out sweeping on the cover boundary was saying, I don't know where that's gone.
No.
That was a bit of a loosener, I think.
I think that's fair to say. It's no good for us, folks, chaps. you fielders out there, because if you've lost the ball and we've lost it, we rely on them moving towards the ball for us to know where it's gone. So honestly, getting used to a message to the dressing room to help us out a bit. But no, I think everybody lost it there, apart from Ben Brown.
Yes.
Who got 4 for it. Shot through the covers. He's under 13. Leaves one outside the off stump, but he did look a bit loose from Stevens. You're absolutely right. And there's no run. But yes, snooker, I suppose that was its heyday in terms of, especially viewing figures,
I think so.
It? So
yeah,
that great Dennis Taylor and Steve Davis final.
Yeah.
Which made the unassuming Dennis Taylor a household name, didn't
Absolutely.
it? An incredible thing.
Absolutely, it did. He had those glasses, didn't he?
Yeah, which looked like they were upside down, didn't they? The Stevens bowls to not far away from his off stump now. He's left that one. No run.
And I was always a big fan. I used to like watching Jimmy White as well, because he used to sort of get on with it. Yeah, that's right. And I don't think he ever won the World Championship. I think he got to some finals, but I don't think he ever got over the line.
It's part of his mystique almost, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Yeah. But you're right about the snooker championship. Of course, that is normally April, May, isn't it? But called off. Well, we all know what the reason for that is. Outside the off stump, Brown's left it again, just holds its line, and there's no run. Sussex 159 for 3, by the way. Clark 61, Brown 13.
But these days, you see the players sitting there with their glasses of water. I mean, back in those days, the players sitting there with pints of beer and cigarettes and.
Right. It's like the darts when it seems to be more of a. There's an old Not the 9 O'Clock News sketch. I don't know if you remember that comedy series, or it might have been Smith and Jones.
Right.
Ball outside the off stump. Mel Smith and
Griff Rhys-Jones.
Yes.
Yes.
Is that right? Yes. Yes. Where they pretended to be doing a darts match, and they said, "Oh, he's going for a double," and they go for a double vodka, exactly. Just a single pint, he throw them down. And because some of the darts players in the past, less than sylph-like, has to be said. And as you say, smoking, drinking. Well, it was a pub game, wasn't it? And very much in that atmosphere. End of the over, as it's defended back to Stevens, and there's no run. And this has gone to sort of folklore, but I mean it is true. But there was a series fronted by Fred Truman, which was on ITV, I think, which was about sort of indoor sports. So they'd have bar billiards and whatever that tabletop Skittles thing is called, but with pints and cigars in hand. And that I believe was. Am I? Please tell me someone hasn't mocked that up in their spare time. Do get in touch. What are the email addresses? sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk or kentcricket@gmail.com. I believe Fred Truman was the host.
So it's going to be Groenveld. He's going to carry on in his 13th over. He's had a busy day. Comes in and bowls to Clark, who lets the ball go outside the off stump. There is no run. Still 3 slips in situ for Groenveld. A sweeper on the cover boundary, an extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. 13 Brown, 61 Clark, with partnership. Well, these two coming together when Sussex lost their 3rd wicket just before lunch. As Groenveld is back to his mark. And he's on his way. He bowls and Clark is forward. Just runs that nicely down to the sweeper on the back ball cover boundary. Need to get a move on here. In fact, he comes back. There's a comfortable 2 runs as Cadbury Fields. 2 more to Clark. He goes to 65. Is that going to go to? Or maybe the runs have already gone up. I didn't think they had. Scoreboard showing he's on 63. 161 for 3.
Yeah, they got the 2, haven't they, in the analysis? So I think
this is up there. Yeah, it is up there. Yeah, so I should have seen that. But they have it's very useful actually when they show what runs have come off there, but particularly in limited overs cricket. Groenveld in again bowls and Clark eases forward, plays into the offside, and there is no run. So this partnership now with 71 between these two. The last wicket going down on 90. Lunch was taken on 90 for 3. Yes, there was some. I'm thinking back to those days of the snooker. I mean, people like Cliff Thorburn and Bill Werbeneck. And comes Groenveld bowls, and that's a nice shot by Clark. He clips that one away through backward square leg. They've taken 1. There's a fielder out there who we can't see because we just have to peer around the stand here. but it is a single. That's only to Clark. He goes to 64, the total to 162 for 3.
I think darts has sort of taken over as the more glamorous cousin, if you like. Obviously, it's on satellite TV, but feels like those players are now becoming, because of the way it's been promoted. I think it's been done.
Yes.
Gladiatorially, hasn't it?
Yes.
So they've hyped up the whole thing with entrance music, etc., etc. So I do wonder if darts has stolen the mark slightly from snooker these days. But
Grunwald in, bowls to Brown, and Brown drives. Lovely shot, 4 runs, I think. Yes, it is 4 runs. No way Darren Stevens is going to get there. Over pitch by Tim Grunwald, and Ben Brown just eased in for that and played just a sumptuous cover drive. He didn't really need to belt the ball, he just leant on the ball and it sped away through the covers. Boundary to the Sussex skipper. He goes to 17, 166 for 3.
Just be a thought in Sam Billing's mind now. This is perhaps starting to get away from them. As you say, a big partnership between these two. And at 166 for 3, they need a breakthrough. He won't be, of course, he won't be ignorant to that. But will he try? The spinners come to work in an over or two. You do wonder. It's time to turn to his to a Reardon or to Cadry maybe.
Grunwald in again, bowls to Brown. That very nearly breached Ben Brown's defences. He was forward and the ball an inside edge onto the pad. Ben Brown is signalling towards the change room. Here we get another break. Let's see how long this break is.
Well, we're halfway through the day according to the overs bowled.
Yes.
So we've had. Where are we? So we're about 20 minutes behind, is that right?
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
So we're probably
and
looking
at this point, so yeah, we'll be past 6:30, I would have thought.
Yeah, we are. We'll have after 6 by the time we're finished. But as I say, we do have these hygiene breaks, and although it's perhaps a little frustrating, at least it's cricket and it's a small price to pay, and who knows? This people talk about the new normal. Maybe this will be the case into next season.
Well, it could well be, and as you say, it's the price you get for putting sport on, and in the playoff football matches that we saw, and of course in the Premier League, you guys with Brighton, that the having the breaks halfway through the halves, etc., 5 substitutes. Well, I don't mind, to be honest. It's not what we've come to expect, but
at least
we're getting sport on.
Yeah, I agree. So, and as to when we're going to get crowds, well, that's very much a government decision. But I don't think anyone is anticipating probably any crowds anytime soon.
We're talking to the Gillingham chairman yesterday. We're talking about the salary caps that are coming on League 1 and League 2. And,
yes.
Our presenter said, so back on September the 12th, which is the tentative start of the season, he said, well, that's still the plan, but I wouldn't be at all surprised if it's later than that. And
really?
And I mean, I thought exactly. I had the same reaction as you did, but then you think what's happening in the country right now with selective lockdowns, etc., maybe the infection rates starting to rise slightly.
Yeah.
Nothing's guaranteed, is it, at that other point? So
I suppose the thing is, it makes you think that probably the football season could go on for quite a long while, because generally certainly in non-league football, by the middle of September, many times they played sort of almost like double figures in terms of league matches. They play a lot of football very early on, don't they?
Might be a third or a quarter of the way through the football already. Yeah.
So
we'll just have to
wait and see.
Play it by ear. But thank goodness we do have cricket, and thanks for joining us today. We've got Test cricket, obviously. We've got county cricket here. Snooker World Championships going on. Feels like a proper sporting weekend. But we're aware that many of you would love to be. And in fact, at this point, on a second Saturday of August, many of you might be going to your football clubs as well at this point. But we have what we have. Cricket. Stevens is going to continue from this pavilion end. Kent looking for a breakthrough. Sussex have really stabilised since losing that wicket just before lunch. Finch went at 90 for 3. Just questions whether even on this flattish looking pitch that Kent might get into the Sussex tail early. But then Tom Clark with 64 with his captain Ben Brown on 17, but from 47 balls at the other end. Stevens then bowls to Clark, defensive shot, and there's no run. Aiden's just gone to do an update. I'll be doing one shortly as well. Have a look around the county scoreboard, see what's going on with the rest of the teams. Come on, Steve-O, you can hear the calls from the fielders. I know someone was breaking to song there as well. England 105 for 3 a few moments ago against Pakistan, and we just lost that third wicket. All down the leg side. Is it a strangle? No, says the umpire, and the slips and wicketkeeper shouted, but Stevens had already turned to go back to his mark. Didn't believe there was an edge. Worcestershire against Glamorgan 157 for 3. Yorkshire 136 for 4 against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge. Somerset 136 for 9 now against Northants. Middlesex 145 for 4 against Hampshire. As Stevens bowls outside the off stump this time, and it's left by Clark, and there's no run. Leicestershire 148 for 6 against Derbyshire at Leicester. Down at Bristol, Gloucestershire 110 for 5 now against Warwickshire. Had a good start, but lost a couple of wickets. Essex 149 for 4 against Surrey at Chelmsford, and Durham 109 for 4 against Lancashire at Chester Le Street. Kent still prying for this wicket. Sussex still holding firm, 166 for 3. Defending it again, and there's no run. 24 short of the century partnership. 76 at the moment. It's like a deep-throated motorcycle goes past. Radio update coming now. Dot ball there. Well, it's warm in the commentary box, so I'll make no bones about that, but we're doing our very best. But even warmer if you're running about out there, which Kent's bowlers are today. They lost the toss. They would have batted, assuredly, if they won the toss, because it's toiling away in the heat, particularly the fast bowlers today, trying to take wickets against Sussex, and they haven't taken one since lunch, so they're getting even more hot and bothered. Sussex 166 for 3 now. Darren Stevens bowling, another dot ball there. Tom Clark, young batsman, has hit his maiden half century for Sussex, 64 for him, so it's a big day for Tom Clark. Aided and abetted by his captain, though, Ben Brown. They've taken the score to 166 for 3, 76 their partnership so far. Kent could really do with breaking it, just to give themselves a bit of relief apart from anything else. Elsewhere, England have lost a third wicket now. They're 105 for 3, chasing 277 to beat Pakistan, but they've got a day to spare after this one as well. So in the warm here at Canterbury, the commentary continues via our website and the BBC Sport app with Sussex 166 for 3 on the first day against Kent. And back to the cricket now. It's going to be spin. Adrian Harms has indicated the Kent dressing room there ought to be spin bowling. It's Adrian Harms from the far end. Adrian Harms and Matt Cole on the commentary. Marcus O'Riordan then comes back just 2 overs before lunch. He got the wicket of Harry Finch, the breakthrough. Gone to Brown, who turns this with the spin, the right-hander down to Hamid Kadri. Backward points to the field. Stevens at slip. Jordan Cox is under the lid. Forward short leg. They got a mid-wicket. Backward point. Extra cover. This is nudged past Cox at short leg. Mid-on, mid-off. And there's a boundary right on the leg side. That's Daniel Bell-Drummond. I can't see a third man. I think that's accounted for everybody. O'Riordan bowls to Brown. Gives it a lot of spin, but lovely wristy flick behind square by Brown on the leg side. And Kadri will come get the ball. They turn for a third, but good work from Hamid Kadri, and they'll settle for 2. Brown has 19, Clark has 64. Big partnership this one. Will spin break it up. That's the hope from Sam Billings and the Kent fielders. A hot day for them out there. Here's O'Riordan to Brown, cutting the ball away to point and fielded by Ivan Thomas, and there's no run. Was hit straight at Thomas after a couple of bounces, reared up at him. Give her a bit of relief, as I was saying on the update, to the seam bowlers as well, having the spinners on. Not sure it's an indication Kadri will be coming on at the other end, but O'Riordan to Brown, straight back down the pitch to the bowler. Tries to flick it up on the outside of his boot, but doesn't really work. Has to bend down and get it anyway. Brown surveying this field. Reardon comes to him now. Just a little push into the offside. I'm sure he was quite all the way behind that, Brown, but he comes through for a single anyway. And that's Tim Grenville in the covers fields. End of the over. Brown steals the strike. 20 for him, 64 for Tom Clark, and Sussex are 169 for 3. These two come together at 90 for 3. Harry Finch was dismissed for 37 just before lunch. Caught Stevens bowled her in, caught at first slip. The other men to go this morning: Phil Salt caught Robinson, bowled Stevens 19, and Tom Haynes caught Hawks, bowled Grenville for 21. That was the second one to 4. Formula 1 news. Valtteri Bottas has taken pole position for the 70th anniversary Grand Prix, with super sub Nico Hulkenberg in third. So says the BBC headlines. No reason to doubt them. So Stevens composing himself at the pavilion end, now bowling to Brown. 2 slips in a wideish gully now. It's just a little nudge into the offside, into 170 for 3, and the applause is... I thought the applause was for a landmark, but it's...
Yeah, so I just...
80 partnership.
Yeah, 80 partnership.
I'm not sure that's...
Yeah. I'm not sure whether Brown has reached a landmark in terms of first-class runs, maybe. I don't know whether that's a... Have a little look and see if we have a look on Quick Info and see.
Oops. Have England lost another wicket? They have.
Oh dear, who's out now?
106 for 4, and Ben Stokes has gone.
Oh, that's my big mouth, because in my update I said, never fear, Stokes is here. That doesn't look good now, does it?
He was when you were on, to be fair. Defending this next one from Stevens to Clark. No run. Oh dear, yes.
It feels like a long way to go now.
It does. Yeah, 106 for 4, and obviously England are... The balance their side is slightly shorter on batting, isn't it?
Yeah, well, absolutely. I mean, they've elected to go in, you know, with Stokes batting at 4 without another batsman. They left out Zach Crawley, which...
Well, I expect you know our feelings about this on behalf of Ken, but it comes to Stevens to Clark. But it's a calculated risk, isn't it?
Yep.
Get more batting. You say Stokes at 4, Butler at 6. A single taken down to long leg by Clark. Looking more and more comfortable out there. As if it's a man on 65, Brown has 21. And it's 171 for 3. But yes, that is a worry, isn't it? Wickets shared around as well. Mohamed Abbas has 1. Yasir Shah has 2 now, slightly ominously. The leg spinner, 1 for Naseem Shah as well.
We need someone to make a big score. Maybe it'll be Pope.
Yeah, he looks like a heck of a talent.
Yeah,
Pope, really does.
I know Mark Church, our commentator, been saying for a couple of seasons what a good player he is.
Stevens in 2. Brown. I think for a moment Brown was thinking about a run, but Clark barked back in. That wasn't going to happen. Maybe it was the other way around, actually, more likely. That's a striker. Ben Brown. These two have done well.
Yeah, very well. Really steadied the ship.
There's not much to criticise in the bowling. This is a tough pitch to bowl on, but even when, giving Clark his credit as well, even when he's had a bit of a flirt outside the off stump, he's settled again, played some really attractive shots. It's a mark of a very decent temperament.
Ben Brown first class runs 7-4-2-8 before today. 18 first class hundreds. Averages 39. It's pretty good, you know, for a keeper batsman.
Yeah, absolutely. Stevens to Brown, just opens the face. Does well, actually. He's gone through the vacant third slip area. He's got 2 slips in a gully, and he'll come back for 2. It's very calculated using Stevens' pace, just to open the face and run that through third man. And that's 2 runs, 173 for 3 then at the end of the over. Clark has 65, Brown has 23. And Sussex, this pair now have put on 83 together. And since lunch, 91 for 3 they were at lunch. They put on another 82 since then.
Yeah, Ben Brown, 141 first class matches, nearly 7,500 runs. If he scores 72 in this innings, he will be at 7,500 runs. High score of 163 and averages 39.72, which is pretty impressive. 18 first class 100, 40 first class half centuries. And he is the Sussex skipper, and he got Sussex right through him, Ben Brown. A very determined character. A lot of responsibility on him, batting up the order at 5. He generally bats 6, Ben, but he's come and he's looked at the bowling and he's really got himself in. As in comes O'Riordan, bowls to Clark, who's holed out to mid-on, and that's a really, really disappointing way to get out. He'd done all the hard work at Tom Clark, and he's really the 4th Sussex batsman to give it away. Well, he's a young player, and you know, I think because of that you have to forgive him that. He's only 19 years of age, but that's an absolute gimme of a wicket. It was just a straightforward off break, and he just drilled the ball straight down the throat of mid-on, and Tom Clark won't need me to tell him, or Jason Gillespie, or anybody to tell him that he's thrown that away. He batted beautifully. He was on 65, and I have to say it's rather been a feature of the Sussex batting today that players have got themselves in and got themselves out, and Tom Clark would have really hoped that his maiden first-class century was on the way, and he batted well enough. And I'm sure that Jason Gillespie won't be hard on him, because he's a great one, Jason, for saying players need to learn by their mistakes, and as long as he doesn't do it again, he won't mind. But he's batted really well. He gets a round of applause from his teammates on the balcony, but it's more of a sympathetic round of applause, really. Tom Clark virtually has to drag himself over the ropes. So he's gone. It's the breakthrough that Kent wanted. And just when it didn't look as if it was coming, to be honest, Matt.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be hard yards for the rest of the day, and we've said that a couple of times during this period, but really that big partnership between these two. 83 then they put on this pair, but you're absolutely right, that's just such a soft way to get out, isn't it? Driving up, an easy catch for Harry Podmore mid-on. He couldn't have dropped if he tried more or less, could he? Just hit chest height, and so Clark has gone. It was a good innings. What I would say for Kent on their behalf is they have not bowled much rubbish today.
No, they haven't.
If any at all. They've kept very disciplined, which I think is enormously to their credit, but I'm not saying they're boring Sussex out, but at the moment they're certainly there relying on a mistake by a Sussex batsman rather than the penetration of their bowling. So, well, 173 for 4. New batsman in is Delray Rawlins.
Yes.
A couple of emails have come in, by the way. Flooded in, as Terry Wogan used to say. We'll get to them at the end of the over.
O'Riordan comes in and bowls to Rawlins, who covers up the left-hander and plays into the offside, and there is no run. He's got a slip and a short leg to keep him company as Delray Rawlins. And I keep on saying that both sides have got relatively long tails. As in comes O'Riordan again and bowls. Well, that's a poor delivery down the leg side, and there's a bit of a gimme for Rawlins, who tucks it around the corner, and that's going to be 4 runs. It's going to run away over the netted area. And 4 runs to Rawlins. That's a rather nice way to get off of the mark, and Sussex go to 177 for 4.
I remember saying that you were slightly surprised that John Higgins was beaten by a Dutchman in the advice that the Dutch were particularly good at snooker. Well, that's because Kurt Mafflin is from Norway, says Matthew.
Oh.
On the emails, there we go. So both are ignorant, we both expressed surprise.
Sorry. O'Riordan comes in and bowls. Let go outside the off stump by Rawlins, second by Robinson, no run. Oh, sorry about that. No, do your homework, Adrian.
Well, we both were on for that one. I was certainly on board with you. Is he really? Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. O'Riordan bowls and clipped away by Rawlins. More runs here. This could be another boundary as he's running out towards the boundary. Groeneveld is in hot pursuit. There's a couple of runs to Delray Rawlins. So a couple of Lucius deliveries by O'Riordan. What's his Christian name? Marcus.
I have been vindicated on the Fred Truman programme. More of that coming up. 2 emails about that. So there we go. It wasn't just the heat getting to me, Adrian. It's all right.
In comes O'Riordan bowls to Rawlins, who thumps this to short extra cover. Straight though to Billings. There is no run. It is the end of the over. A wicket that saw the end of Tom Clark, who went for 65, and Sussex 179 for 4. Brown on 23. New batsman Rawlins is on 6.
So Dave on the emails. Welcome, Dave, from SIGCAP, kentcricket@gmail.com. Fred Truman's show is called Indoor League, he says. Not as good as Wheel Tappers and Shunters Social Club. How can you discuss snooker without mentioning Ray Reardon? That's a very good question, Dave.
Yep.
We'll take our line for that one. And Mike saying, I deny all personal knowledge. Mum and Dad hated being interrupted by adverts, so we were largely a BBC household, he said. But the Indoor League is the programme you're thinking of. See below.
Stevens bowls to Ben
I beg
Brown.
your pardon,
It's all right.
yes. I'm too busy reading
Oh, don't
emails,
worry.
and it's been cut away for
A couple, I think.
get 2 there.
Yeah, my
Indoor league. Okay.
my dad was a big BBC man. Whenever we watched the cup final at home, we always watched it on the BBC. Didn't want to watch it on commercial, it was only ITV in those days, and have to put up with the break everything we watched football-wise, because there was quite a bit on in those days. The cup final or England
That's
internationals,
true.
whatever. But
Well, I remember Brian Moore in the big match.
yeah.
Of course, big Gillingham fan as well. But, although we were definitely Blue Peter rather than Magpie, if that means anything. Here's Stevens bowling to Brown.
Oh, absolutely.
Defends it, and there's no run. I don't think I ever saw Magpie, actually. Such was our brand loyalty.
No,
Incredible at such a young age.
Yeah, I mean,
Given there were only 3 channels at the time, you would have thought you might have tried it.
Well, Christmas time, you know, we always used to collect the stamps or whatever it was
Oh,
and
yeah.
send them off, and the appeal always exceeded what they thought they were going to get. Yeah, no, it was compulsory viewing.
Yeah. I can't believe our young inquiring minds didn't occasionally just think, should we watch the other side for a minute? No. Obviously because it was so good. Ball through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. On 8-1 for 4. I watched a lot of telly when I was as a child. I like to think I was outside quite a lot as well, but
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, but there wasn't a huge choice, was there? Really? I mean, you know.
No.
Test matches were compulsory viewing as well. We used to watch those
Of
when
course,
we got home
that's
from
true,
school,
yes.
you know.
Yeah.
With Jim Laker and Richie Benno and Peter West.
Stevens, he's on the leg side there.
Oh.
Did it get a nudge from Brown? It didn't, but Brown just looked heavenwards, because I think he realises he had a good old nibble at that down the leg side, was in danger of a strangle. He's not touched it though, and it's a dot ball. Sussex 181 for 4, and Brown has 25. Rawlins quickly on to 6. The last man to go was Tom Clark, who will, well, a bit like all his predecessors in the batting lineup that have headed back for their aims down, will be kicking themselves.
Yeah.
So Stevens bowls cut away, that's wide and dealt with by Ben Brown. It's the wonder of perhaps a quieter ground, as you can hear that delightful click off the bat.
Yeah.
As Brown has dispatched that through extra cover to the boundary.
Yeah, lovely shot, wasn't it? I don't want to talk Ben out here, but I just got the feeling when he came in and he was very circumspect. He knows that a decent Sussex score probably depends on him, or he's got to be around for a considerable period of time. And I think he's taken his time. He's played himself in. Well, he's faced 62 balls for his 29. He just, you know, he's looking to play a skipper's innings.
Stevens once more to Brown. Floating delivery, and Fuller outside the off stump, and he's left it, and there's no run. End of the over. England 116 for 4.
I seem to remember wasn't there a snooker player? I remember Ray Reardon. Wasn't there a John Spencer as well?
There was, yeah, absolutely right.
I think they might have contested a final on one occasion.
Tony Knowles?
Crumbs, yeah. Yeah, Tony Knowles and Tony Mio.
Indeed, Tony Mio, yes. Yeah.
Tony Knowles, yeah. I think he might have won the chat.
Quite possibly.
Kirk Stevens.
Yes. Yeah, he was the young gun, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. I think he was Canadian.
I think he was Canadian. Or was he from the Netherlands? No, I'm joking. I'm joking, of course. So sorry.
It's going to be Marcus O'Riordan who's going to carry on from the Naggington Road and bowling his off spinners, bowls to Delray Rawlings, who chops that one away through back ball point. He's going to race away for 4 runs. No chance of the fielder. Is that Kadri chasing back?
Yeah,
yes, it
Kadri,
was.
absolutely right, yeah.
He hasn't bowled yet today.
No.
4 more to Rawlins. He's very quickly on to 10. And Sussex to 189 for 4. O'Riordan in his 5th over. He's taken 2 of the wickets to fall. He accounted for Finch and Clark. And O'Riordan is back to his mark at the far end of the ground and now turns and comes running into bowl to Rawlins, and Rawlins is forward with his head right over the ball, plays into the offside, and there is no run. Made a very good 100 last year in a losing cause at Old Trafford, did Delray Rawlings against Lancashire. And waits now as O'Riordan is in again, bowls and chopped away by Rawlins, but this time straight to Kadri at backward point, who fields well and prevents the single. Rawlins stays on 10. Sussex 189 for 4 here on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Kent, live from Canterbury on a sweltering afternoon as O'Riordan is in again, bowls, and Rawlins again plays defensively, and exactly the same to Cadry at backward point. And again, there is no run. Still another 39 overs to be bowled after this one, but the over rate has certainly picked up in the last half hour or so with the spinner into the attack, and Stevens as well, who gets through his overs quickly. O'Riordan in again, but that kept a little low. I thought they'd have breached Rawlings' defences. The ball squirts away to square leg. The throw comes in. There could be some overthrows. No, they're not. It's fielded by Thomas. Well, seemed to get himself in a bit of a pickle there, didn't he, Delray Rawlings? He was neither forward nor back, and I thought for a minute the ball had gone on and hit the stumps, but he clearly got some sort of an edge.
Like a quicker delivery as well, didn't it? From O'Riordan, speared in there.
Rawlins to 11, 190 for 4. I can see Harry Podmore warming up at mid-off, so whether or not he's going to have a bowl, we'll see. Now, changing the field for Ben Brown, there's a slip is the only close fielder, 3 men saving 1 on the offside, and pretty much a leg side field as you would expect with an off spinner. Comes in and bowls, and Brown off on his stumps and plays quietly to mid-wicket. That's the end of the over, the end of the... Where are we? 51st over of the day. Ben Brown is on 29, Delray Rawlings is on 1. If you've just joined us after lunch and you wonder what happened, well, Sussex were going along very nicely, but then lost the wicket of Tom Clark, the young 19-year-old who'd batted very nicely, got himself to 64, but then holed out to mid-on off of the spinner of O'Riordan. So 190 for 4, Brown 29, Rawlings on 11.
A question for you here from Paul on the email kentcricket@gmail.com. Hi Matt and Adrian. Can you ask Adrian, what's the situation with Ravi Bopara? Will he be playing any county games or just championship games? Sorry, trophy games I suppose I should say, or just T20?
Yes, we asked Jason Gillespie this last week, so thank you for the question. It's a good one. He's just going to play T20 cricket. That's his sort of stated intention. So we won't see Bopara playing in this competition, nor it would seem Laurie Evans, who's playing for Surrey today.
Of course, yeah.
He's got on a week's loan.
Surrey with injuries and already with plenty committed to the England squads as well, though I can hear Sussex and Kent fans crying in sympathy with them.
Our hearts bleed.
It's all done a good part. Here's more to Rawlins, cracking shot through the offside there. Benning's got half a hand to it. He might only have half a hand left. That's a punch through the offside. In no uncertain terms, it will be 4. Crikey, that was going at quite some lick.
Yeah, wasn't a great ball, was it? But it was belted away. Ollie Pope's out for England as well.
Whoops.
117 for 5, so that's looking...
I don't mean to... Yeah.
That's not looking good. England needing another 160.
Perhaps done with another top order batsman, aren't they?
Yeah.
Perhaps a tall bloke can open a bit. Perhaps bat number 3 as well. So cutting back at Rawlings. He's left this one shouldered arms and very nearly turned round to see the ball hit his stumps.
Yeah,
as it cut back in at him, the left-hander from Podmore.
Are these floodlights? Are these sort of extendable, Matt? Or
they are. Oh yes, these are not. Oh, these are not in their full glory. They
they sort of blend in okay, don't they? I mean,
yes. Well, yeah. I mean, obviously they look a bit more imposing when they're loving great delivery, a nibbler back from outside the off stump to the left-hander from Podmore, and that's wobbled past the off stump and very nearly got him.
Well, having bowled a long hop for the first ball of the over, he's bowled an absolute couple of belters to Delray Rawlings.
Has indeed. Beautiful delivery, just coming back. I hear some commentary in my headphones.
Yes, I can hear something, but
I've muted everything here, I'm not quite sure. As it's coming through from our studio. Here's Podmore now bowling to Rawlins. Rawlins worked off his pad, it'll go down to the long leg boundary. Cadry feels to just get a single there. 195 for 4. And Rawlins, certainly a couple of very bold leaves there, put it that way.
Yeah, they were.
There's only 2 types, as we keep saying, but Podmore got very close to the stumps there. So, so Bopara just playing T20 then. Obviously, going up to Essex and him not being around was just a strange thing. And I don't know, all the guys there, Don Topley and Glenn Speller, etc., feel that very much the same. He's just been such a fixture. Cut away by Brown, and that'll be a single out to the boundary. Once again, it's Kadri doing the fielding.
I think one or two people wondered if, because a lot of these guys haven't had any cricket, and whether some of them, might have wanted to have played in a couple of these games as much as anything, just to get some competitive cricket before the T20 start. I mean, we wait to see the fixtures. We understand they're out on Wednesday, but it's going to be a pretty hectic schedule, I think, because you've got 10 games in virtually no time at all.
Absolutely. Well, perhaps it's a good thing it's regional for all of us trying to follow the games, and for the players themselves, all trying to get some sleep. But ball through left this time by Rawlins, and left on length, and over the outside the off stump as well. So through to the wicketkeeper. Good testing over that one. A good battle between Rawlins and Podmore. Rawlins still prevails. 16 from 15 he's on. Pugnacious batsman. 30 from 65 for Ben Brown. It's 196 for 4 Sussex. So Kent have a bowling bonus point very shortly. Sussex will have a first batting bonus point as well on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Sussex.
Well, that might depend, Matt, in terms of what sort of sides people put out, because if the Australians come over to play this one-day series, which I think that's the intention, that's going to be played sort of during September, I think. So you'd have thought a number of, you thought maybe Sam Billings might be included in that. Here comes O'Riordan, comes in and bowls to Brown, and Brown short, pulled away, and that's 4 runs. Can't really bowl there for the off spin, it was short, and Brown just helps it with the spin round the corner and picked up a comfortable boundary. He goes to 30 and Sussex to 196 for 4.
Well, I heard this is no more than a rumour, but saw a suggestion that along with Ben Folkes, that Sam Billings is being thought of as a red ball player by England, having played. Not played very much, but at the end of last season, as I said, he scored 3 consecutive centuries. But if Butler were to come out, it would be very tough on Ben Folkes, you think, not to be the next one in line. But
yes. O'Riordan comes in again and bowls, and that's down the leg side. That's going to be 4 byes.
Yeah, spun past the wicket-keeper.
Spun past the keeper, Robinson. And so back-to-back boundaries. And the Sussex 200 comes up, and the first batting bonus point for Sussex, not just today, but in the competition, because they were bowled out for less than 200 last week.
Dave said we missed somebody in our snooker roundup. We missed Ray Reardon already, so we're already hanging our heads in shame. Gents, you missed the big Canadian from your list of classic snooker stars. He had a prestigious beer appetite and couldn't play when it was banned.
That was Werbeneck, wasn't it?
Bill Werbeneck, indeed.
In comes O'Riordan bowls, and Brown plays onto the onside, and there is no run. Yes, I mean, I think he... no disrespect, I think he was renowned for drinking rather large quantities of lager, wasn't he?
Wasn't it from a medical condition, though, they said?
Really?
No, seriously, it was. I'm going to look this up.
O'Riordan in again bowls, Brown forward, plays into the onside, and there is no run.
I'm using the heat disclaimer over everything here, though.
But I think
I may be delirious.
But I think we're still waiting to hear about this Australian tour. I think the intention is to come over, but whether we'll have to see. O'Riordan in bowls to Brown, who plays onto the onside and picks up a comfortable single through square leg. Brown goes to 35 and Sussex to 205 for 4.
There we go.
Go on.
In total, he drank between 40 and 50 pints of lager a day, Bill Werbeneck.
How many?
Doctors advised 40 and 50 pints. Doctors advised him to drink alcohol to counteract a familial benign essential tremor. There we go.
Wow.
Later in his career, he also took a beta blocker.
O'Riordan comes in and bowls, and well fielded in the covers by, who's that, with number 34 on his back. Good stop as Rawlins looked to force that one away on the offside. There is no run. It is the end of the over. 204 for 4, Brown 34, Rawlins on 16. Live cricket here on the BBC from BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Kent, myself Adrian Harms, alongside Matt Cole. And Sussex, every time you think they're going on quite nicely, they seem to lose a wicket. I still think they're going along nicely at the minute. 204 for 4.
That's partnership this one, yeah. 20 or 30, 31 at the moment, yeah.
Yeah.
So Podmore to continue from this end. Also, says Dave, can you get Adrian to sing the theme tune to the big match again, please? It sounded more like Rugby Special to me, says Dave.
Okay, I'll do it again in a minute.
Get it all here on the BBC. Here's Podmore now bowling to Ben Brown outside the off stump. There's no run.
Wasn't it? I
think that is the big match.
Was that
isn't it? I think you're right. No, I think you're right.
Something like that, anyway. Well, there were several, but or perhaps that was Southern football or something. I don't know.
Mike's back with
How embarrassing. What made me do that?
If you're going to go on like that, he says, what about Eddie Charlton, Doug Mountjoy, Rex Williams, and brother of the great Joe, Fred Davis? Indeed.
Wow, yeah.
As Podmore bowls to Brown, just one bounce to Gully as he plays that down into the ground. He's titled his email "Aging Children." How dare you, Mike? Resemble that remark. As he says, what about that unmissable TV staple Pot Black? As for kids' programmes of the evening, the most ironically self-defeating one surely was "Why Don't You?" Indeed. I can't remember what the entire sentence was, but it was "Why don't you go and do something less boring instead?"
Here comes Podmore.
Indeed, to Brown. I apologise, digressing. Had to reach for that one. Wicketkeeper's taken it front of. That is a wide. Podmore looks back at the wicketkeeper. I think that's fair because Ben Brown, to give him absolute credit, was reaching as far as he possibly could to try and hit it, and Ollie Robinson took it between first and second slip. So I think that's usually get a bit more leeway in 4-day games, but Podmore was not allowed it on this occasion. Oh.
I'd better let you do your update.
We're getting a bit of medley at the moment. A bit of a medley, a bit of the Enduri in the background. Outside the off stump, and there's no run. Updating our Red League business. Well, Kent have taken a wicket, but it's still hard work for them out there in the heat bowling in this one. They lost the toss, and so Sussex decided to bat very sensibly, given the overhead conditions. So Sussex 206 for 4, the latest wicket for Kent. A bit of a gimme by young Tom Clark, who looked odds-on for his maiden first-class century, but at 65 decided to chip the spin bowling of Marcus O'Riordan to Harry Podmore at mid-on. Easy catch for him. So Clark went for 65, but since then Delray Rawlings has come in and has been positively pugnacious with the bat, smacking anything short or wide. He's 16 from 16 balls. Captain Ben Brown for Sussex 35 from 74, with Sussex 206 for 4, having just got their first batting bonus point. Things not going very well for England, chasing 277 to beat Pakistan, having bowled them out earlier in the day. They're now 133 for 5. Pakistan, very hot favourites then to win the first test between those teams. 4 more for Sussex for Captain Ben Brown. He has 39. They're 210 for 4 on the first day of this game between Kent and Sussex, which continues via our website, the commentary anyway, and the BBC Sport app. So 4 from Ben Brown, very pleasantly driven through the covers, and 210 for 4 then Sussex. And once again they're getting away from Kent a little bit here, but in no small part, I would say, due to Delroy Rawlins, who's been, as I said, punishing anything short or wide. And Ben Brown, lovely shot that one. So final ball of the over to Brown. Pulls it. It was low, but he pulled it away anyway. Kept it safe down along the ground, and it's I think that must be Fred Clausen, because he's thrown it in left-handed. Yeah, he snuck on for Tim Gronewald while I wasn't looking. 211 for 4 at the end of the over. Rawlins 16, Brown 40. It's BBC Radio again. BBC Radio Sussex with Matt Cole, and indeed with Adrian Harms. We've been talking about all sorts.
Werbenek and his lager.
We've been talking about
that's an enormous amount.
TV programmes, yeah.
I mean, that'd be an awful lot of water to drink in a day. I mean, you probably couldn't drink that amount, could you?
Yes, so the Popular Encyclopedia site said that having quaffed his way through a large amount of alcohol in one of the matches, he then said, "I'm off." He finished it and said, "I'm off for a proper drink now," or something to the words effect. So
wow.
I think he was quite prodigious. I'm not sure that any doctor would say you need to drink between 40 and 50 pints of alcohol a day, even if they said it might help.
No, I think the doctor's advice would be that was probably to cut down on the drinking. I think.
But alcohol might help with the tremor that
right,
he had,
okay.
which is a natural condition.
Yes.
But maybe,
yes. Maybe there might have been another way of doing it.
I would imagine if you or I, or indeed any of our listeners, were to ask for that sort of amount of alcohol on the national health, we might get short shrift.
I think you might be right. We've got to change of bowling, and we're going to see the first spell from this is Kadri who's coming on.
Yeah, Hamid Kadri, indeed, from the far end, former Derbyshire spin. He's only 19. It feels like he's been around for an age,
right.
But I don't know, 19-year-old.
So he's coming into bowl to Ben Brown, who's moved on to 40. Faces Cadbury. He's got this straight approach to the wicket. He's in and bowls. Gives that a bit of a tweak. Now I can't tell. I'm assuming. Well, I say I'm assuming. His action almost looks like he's a leg spinner, but you say he's an off spinner, Matt.
Yep, absolutely.
So let's watch him again. He's got a slip.
He's got a bit of a wrong one as well. He's got the one that goes on with the arm, certainly.
All right, let's just watch this as he comes in and bowls. He certainly gives it plenty of air, and Brown is forward, plays into the offside, and Cadbury just nips around and fields of his own bowling. And there is no run. 211 for fourth. This will help the over rate. We've got another 35 to go after this one. So actually, we're not that far behind time, to be honest. We've caught up a bit of time since lunch.
He got Nick Brown out at slip in the game against Essex.
Cadbury in, bowls to Brown. Brown is looking to advance down the wicket, and he was looking to drive that one through mid-off. But he didn't really get there, did Ben Brown. He got a thick inside edge, and the ball went to backward square leg, and there is no run. Cadbury's back to a mark. The only close fielder is a slip, then three men saving one on the offside. A backward square leg, a straightish mid-wicket, orthodox wicket, mid-on, and a deep backward square as Cadbury is in and bowls. And Brown is this time very circumspectly forward and plays it straight back down the track. Cadbury fields off his own bowling.
He gets it through his overs even quicker than Marcus O'Reilly.
Yeah, he does.
Cadbury. The over rate's going to fly by here.
That's good.
This takes a wicket, of course.
Cadbury in again. Bowls, and Brown works this one to backward point. Fielded there by Thomas. And again, there is no run, so 5 dot balls. Can he start his spell with a maiden? Actually, watching him bowl, I'm a little surprised it's maybe taken to the 55th over for him to get a bowl, but here he comes. Over the wicket bowls, gives that plenty of air, and Brown drives, but straight to shortish extra cover. There is no run, fielded by Groenveld. That is the end of the over, and indeed it is a maiden over from Cadbury. And Ben Brown walks down the wicket and has a little natter away to Delray Rawlins.
It's all over in a trice, is over, as you say. It's, no runs from it either, so Podmore continue from this pavilion end. James in Thunder Bay has been in touch. James, great to hear from you.
Oh, where's Thunder Bay?
It's Canada, Thunder Bay. We've had conversations about this before, and,
right.
But I'm more than prepared to have them again because it looks like such an amazing part of the world.
Yeah.
We're constantly asking James to put us up. Also pay our plane fare though, which I think he's just balked at us a little bit. He sounds like a generous chap, but he probably has quite enough of this in his living room without actually entertaining us. Here is Podmore now bowling to Rawlins. Two slips in the gully behind him. That one cuts back at Rawlins again and he leaves, but I think he can leave that on a length because it's bounced over the off stump. But James saying, enjoying the commentary and the video. Great to hear. We're enjoying doing it. Regarding the snooker conversation, you never know what you start when you start with this. The small lad in the 70s. It was Pot Black that I watched on the Beeb that got me hooked.
Pot Black, yes.
He says, from the likes of Terry Griffiths. We didn't mention Terry Griffiths.
Well, yes, Terry Griffiths.
He loved John Virgo's impersonations as well. Remember those? He's Podmore then bowling to Rawlins. Goes for that one. Maybe doesn't get all of it, but it's over the bowler's head. But I do him a disservice. It's just the angle. It's coming straight at us, and that is a firmly hit 4 straight back over Podmore's head. Full delivery, but a full swing of the bat as well by Rawlins. He's on the 20 from 18, and that's livened things up a bit. Not least the scramble in the commentary box as it comes towards us. So 4 runs. The rivalry in the 80s was the high point, he says. Alex Higgins, Jimmy White really pushed it forward and a massive fan base evolved. He still has his Jimmy White cue, apparently, James in Thunder Bay.
Wow.
A big fan. Podmore over the wicket now bowling to... Oh, that got him! It's gone through him and he's out! LBW, I think, was the big appeal, but absolutely sized him as that delivery from Podmore. It's a Jaffa. And whatever that's hit, it's gone through to Ollie Robinson. Yeah, it looks like LBW pretty much plumb as well.
Yeah, I think he was LBW.
I suppose the only issue might have been height, but he was right in front from the video. They do their little Morris dance, shaking ankles. They're still doing it, but great delivery from Podmore. It's a catch. It's gone down as a catch. Well, there we go. Rawlins was looking back at his stumps and.
Yes.
The umpire signalled it was a catch. Well, Robinson certainly caught it. Well worth catching on the highlights. It's just one of those deliveries, absolutely unplayable by Podmore, coming back from outside the off stump, cutting through. Looked like it flicked the pad, flicked some bat. Robinson has caught it. One way or another, what we're saying is that Darryl Rawlins is out for 20.
Yeah. Now, The new batsman will be George Garton, who is another left-hander. Lots of left-handers in this Sussex side. Now George Garton made a half-century last week and batted very competently against Hampshire. But then, and I don't know anything about Stuart Meeker's batting. Below that, there is Jack Carson, Henry Crocombe and Mitch Claydon. All of them can bat, but I don't think it would be disrespectful to say that probably this will be the last recognised batsman. George Garton, who's having an after away to Ben Brown. Just talking about Thunder Bay, that got me thinking about a musical I went to see called Come From Away. Have you heard of that musical?
I have not.
Okay, well it's a Canadian musical, and it's set in the week following the awful attacks on the Twin Towers in 2001.
It doesn't sound like the most promising basis for a musical, but...
Yeah, it's a true story of what transpired when 38 planes were ordered to land unexpectedly in the small town of Gander in the province of Newfoundland.
I've been to Gander.
Yes, I have as well.
It used to be a regular stop-off, didn't it?
Yes,
yeah, sorry.
And some of the 7,000 stranded passengers,
Oh,
the
wow.
people in Gander housed and looked after for several days, and it's a musical. I think it's a book as well. Is this you?
It is indeed. Podmore to Garton then. He's just come in. Left-hander. Bowls to him. Garton just clips that into the onside. Inner part of the bat, so Podmore has a bit of a groan, but he'll come back for a comfortable 2 in the end, and they move on to 2:17 for 5.
Yeah, I remember stopping at Gander on the way back from holiday in Florida. I think it was many years ago, and getting off. And I remember it was summertime, and we wanted to get off the plane for some reason. I don't know why. And there was a sign that said the record low temperature in Gander was minus lots, like about 40. I think I think it gets bitterly cold in the winter.
Remember there was an ice cream stand there,
Really?
which everybody just dutifully queued up at. It was very nice, but it was the only thing to do at the airport. This one's inside again of Garton's bat as he plays forward. Bat and pad squirting out to Daniel Bell-Drummond on the leg side. And shouts once more. 2:17 for 5. This is an interesting passage in this game, isn't it? With the wicket just falling and Garton just looking a little bit loose.
Well, I would say now advantage back to Kent slightly, would you say? I mean, 2:17 for 5. Good track. Sussex, if another one goes down, you feel Kent will really feel that they're right in this game. Not that they were ever out of it, of course, but...
So Podmore once more. It's a little bit uppish from Garton, getting the fielders excited, but he's getting more runs as well. So that's 2 more. He's moved quickly on to 4. End of the over, and a decent one from Podmore as well, because it's got rid of dangerous Delroy Rawlins for 20, and they are 2:19 for 5 at the end of the over.
Yeah. So yeah, home and away, that's called. So I'm not sure whereabouts.
Oh, home and away. Sorry.
Yeah, come from away.
Come from away. Okay, not home and away. That's the Aussie soap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know where Thunder Bay is in relation to Gander, but I'd never even heard of all these planes being stranded in Gander until I went to see the musical.
Okay.
There you go.
So yeah, educational, and you can sing along to it. What more can you want?
Yes, I can't remember any of the songs, unfortunately, but it's going to be Kadri who's going to carry on from the Lackington Road end. He's going to bowl to Ben Brown with a slip as the only close fielder. He wants a change in the field. He's having a natter away to his skipper. But at the moment, if they don't change it, he's got 3 men saving 1 on the offside. Then on the leg side, he's got a mid-on, a straightish mid-wicket, orthodox mid-wicket, deep backward square, and it's almost like a backward square leg. As in comes Kadri and bowls, and Brown is back and plays with a high left over into the offside. Well, I said much depends on the skipper, and it really does now. George Garton batted really well last week, so I'm not saying it all hangs on this pair, of course it doesn't, but a good partnership wouldn't go amiss for Sussex here. As in comes Kadri and bowls, and one just spat a little bit at Ben Brown, who was forward and smothered the spin and just dropped the ball in front of him, and there is no run. Kadri's walking back to his mark and shining the ball vigorously on his trousers. And is on his way again. Bowls, and Brown is down the wicket, driving firmly to mid-on, and there was a single there all the time. Well taken single by Ben Brown. He goes to 41, 220 for 5, brings the left-handed Garton for the first time to face Kadri.
I'm looking at dismissal again, and it might be an issue of Delroy Rawlins I mean, if he's looking back at his stumps, I think he feels he's not legged before.
Yeah.
But he's questioning also whether he's edged it or not. Well, this is all academic now, isn't it? The wicket's fallen.
Kadri and bowls around the wicket, let go by Garton outside the off stump, taken by Robinson, and there is no run. Yep.
I think I just feel like it's one of those deliveries that on points you should get a wicket for. You see so many of those from seamers, don't you? From good seam bowlers that go through everything, and you just think, well, it may not have hit anything, but it should have done.
Kadri and bowls, and Garton is forward, looking to rub that one away down to backward point. It goes past the outside edge, taken by Robinson. There is no run. And in fairness to Podmore, it's been a good contest because Rawlins had let a few go as well. Now changing the field, and 2 men are going back on the leg side, so whether they're looking to give him the single or not, we'll have to wait and see as Kadri comes in again and bowls, and Garton just covers up and plays very correctly into the covers. There is no run. It is the end of the over. Kadri 2 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 1, so very tidy from the off spinner. And it is going to be Harry Podmore who will carry on, having got that wicket in the last over. 14 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 65. So Sussex 220 for 5. If you're just joining us, a very good afternoon and welcome to our live commentary here on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio Sussex. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Matt Cole. Sussex winning the toss here this morning, deciding to bat. They've lost Salt for 19, Haynes for 21, Pitch for 37, Clark for 64, Rawlins 16. The skipper Ben Brown is holding things together. He's on 41, and George Gartman, new batsman, is on 4.
I've been looking up. You said, I wonder how close Thunder Bay is to Gander. I'll tell you in a minute. I've gone off on a tangent. Here's Podmore, cut away by Brown. That's a good shot, actually. That'll be a single, and Kadri fields.
Good cricket, actually. Good bit of fielding.
So Gander is just about the extreme east of Canada, as you might expect, I suppose, as a refuelling stop for jets. That's what they use it now. I think it's an air base as well.
Gander, yeah,
Gander. So, and James lives in Thunder Bay, which is on the edge of the Great Lakes. Which one is it? It's in Ontario, so it'd be Lake Ontario, presumably, would it? That sounds so obvious.
I bet that's cold in the winter as well.
I bet it is.
Yeah.
But okay, I've gone to a popular mapping site as Podmore bowls to Garton, defended back at him. It's a popular mapping site here. I won't name it for fear of advertising. If you were to drive, imagining that Thunder Bay, I suppose, is about, well, it's not even halfway across Canada. Not even halfway across Canada, and Gander is at the extreme east. How long do you think it would take you to drive from Thunder Bay to Gander?
Wow. Okay.
You can do it in hours. It includes a ferry. The ball's pushed into the onside. Apparently, we'll pay the tolls.
You reckon it's about halfway across? Oh, it's an enormous.
Not even halfway. No.
Oh, right. Okay. I don't know. To drive, I'm going to say.
Yeah.
I'm going to say.
How many hours would you take?
I'm going to say. I bet it's a day. 18 hours.
It's 45. And
wow.
Yes. So I probably would have said exactly the same as you. It's a big country, Canada, isn't it?
It is.
It's absolutely. Wow. Goodness me.
Ooh.
The sphere scale. That's a great ball. What a great ball by Podmore. This is a good spell for him as well. Really testing outside Garton's off stump, I should say. Just coming back at the left-hander again, as he did with Rawlins a number of times. Yeah,
that was it. He's produced the odd terrific delivery here, Podmore.
Yeah. So
that was very good.
So what we've learned today is Kurt Mafflin is from Norway, and Canada is really very big.
Yeah.
Huge. We've established that. It's 3,700 kilometres between those two places.
Wow.
Yes. Here's Podmore, once again, a little bit inside of the bat as Garton defends it, but safe enough into the onside, and there's no run. I don't know whether James would ever. There's no reason why you do that trip by road, is there, James? So he probably hasn't. And he's probably also aware it's quite a big country, I'd imagine, James, having lived there.
Yeah.
So he's got a darts claim to fame. He's had in his email. I went to a darts pentathlon in Laysdown in 1993. All the pros were there. Here we go. This is one for the past. Shortened scorers asked the fans because they need an extra. I volunteered and scored a best of 5 games between Eric Bristow and John Lowe.
Wow.
2 heavyweights of the darts.
Yeah.
So here we go.
Well, short legging now, Matt, which is interesting.
They have. You've been very manfully concentrating on the cricket while I've been off.
Oh, that's right.
On my merry way, and quite rightly so. as Podmore bowls to Garton. Edge, does he know? Yes,
yeah, it's gone.
Absolutely. Shaping away. The finger didn't go up initially from Mark Newell, but yes, it's gone. And carrying on diagonally across the left-hander, clipping the outside edge as he played 4. Garton's gone for 4, and Podmore has suddenly struck twice and is looking great from this end, you'd have to say, against the 2 left-handers, Rawlins and Garton, perhaps even better than he did against the right-handers. He's taken those 2, and suddenly the complexion of the game has changed a lot, from looking like on a fairly safe batting pitch, it looks at least. Ostensibly, he's taken 2 Sussex wickets quickly, 2 for 6. Essentially, the wickets are fallen for. Garton goes for 4, and 2-2-1 for 6. I would say this is a bit of a perilous position from Sussex. They need to stabilise again.
Well, I would agree, and the players are now coming off for tea with 32 overs left. Quite why they don't come off with 30 overs to go, I don't know, but anyway, it's 32 overs. But I have to say credit to Sam Billings there, Matt, because I think maybe he detected tea was coming, and he made the fielding change. He brought in the short leg. And I just, I always think it just makes a batsman. I think, well, what's he seen here? And all of a sudden he slants one across the left hand and gets a little nick and caught behind. So I think you have to give Billings a good deal of credit for a good piece of captaincy there. But it's left Sussex not in a great position here. 221 for 6. I think this is a good batting track. And I think Sussex will be disappointed because certainly when Tom Clark was in, and I'm just looking back on the scorecard, when Clark was in together with Ben Brown.
Yeah, 173 for 3
well, there we are.
Before that wicket fell, yeah, in a really good position.
Yeah, so 173 for 3, and here at lunch 221 for 6.
A tee, absolutely right, yeah. So the wickets to fall in that session, Clark caught Podmore, bowled O'Riordan for 65, 173 for 7 at that, for 173, sorry, for 4 at that point, got me writing. Rawlins caught Robinson, bowled Podmore for 22, 15 for 5, then just 6 runs later, in fact in Podmore's next over, Garton caught Robinson, bowled Podmore for 4. As you say, excellent captaincy from Sam Billings, but whereas some of the earlier batsmen were getting themselves out, perhaps with poor choice of shots, those last two wickets, I think credit to the bowler as well in the case of Harry Podmore, a couple of excellent deliveries just before tea, as in just before lunch as well. A couple of quick wickets fall, the old boycott test, Adrian, and Sussex, having looked pretty comfortable in most of the morning session, looked pretty comfortable in most of the afternoon session, but find themselves at tea 221 for 6.
Well, I think on a lovely hot day, on a good track, having won the toss, in amongst the tail now. As I don't know anything about. We'll have a look at Stuart Meeker's stats, and I saw enough of Henry Cockham and Jack Carlson to know that they can bat, as can Mitch Claydon, of course. But I think it's fair to say that Sussex will feel at this stage in the game that maybe they've missed the boat a little.
Indeed so. We'll see what happens in the final session of an engrossing first day. Matt Cole and Adrian Harms with you on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio Sussex. We'll do an update for both our stations at 4 o'clock. But otherwise you'll hear from us round about 4:15, just before then, as the third session of the day, the final session of the first day, gets underway. We'll speak to you then. he'll go to his head. Well, they're having tea at the moment, but Kent went to tea in good mood because they took 2 quick wickets before the interval, and Sussex, a number of times during this first day, having won the toss, Sussex, and decided to bat first, looked like they were going to stretch away from Kent, but have been pegged back by some nagging bowling, this time from Harry Podmore, who's taken 2 wickets, as we said, just before the tea interval. Delroy Rawlins edging behind from an absolute beauty which cut back from outside his off stump, and then George Garton, one going across the left-hander, edge behind to Ollie Robinson as well. So Sussex a 2-2-1 for 6 at tea. I would say Kent will be pretty pleased with that on what looks like a very good batting service, and as anybody knows in Kent at the moment, it's pretty hot out there too, so the bowlers going through some hard work as well, getting their sweat on. Elsewhere in the Test match, England 167.45, now just 110 behind the target they need to win the first Test against Pakistan. We'll continue our commentary after about 10 minutes more of this tea interval with commentary via our website and the BBC Sport app. I don't know what they're having, frankly, but I'd imagine it's more sports drinks than it is a cup of Rosie Lee. But yes, we've got, well, to be honest, all the drinks we've got in this commentary box are hot anyway, so it wouldn't matter if they started cold or not. So because it's very warm out there. But we're not alone, and we do get to watch the cricket, Anna. So I shouldn't moan. I don't want people out there to think I'm moaning and want to bring me back. So yes, no, not for me. Well, welcome back. It's the final session of the first day. 2-2-1 for 6. Sweltering. They come back from tea. Our afternoon presenter Anna was saying they're not really going literally for tea, are they? So I don't think it'll be hot drinks, Anna. I think probably sports drinks.
Yeah.
And then I did tell her that most of the cold drinks we had were here already on the boil and in the greenhouse,
yes.
the commentary box. But we've mentioned that probably enough. Sussex lost a wicket, a ball before tea. George Garton edging Harry Podmore behind. Hamid Kadri is set to continue. Ben Brown is up one end. And, well, this is very unfair for the commentators. An unnamed...
Yes.
An unnumbered batsman at the far end.
Yes, and I'm not sure who it is. I'm not sure whether it's Henry Crocombe or whether it is Jack Carson. It's one of the two young Sussex players. I think that may be Crocombe, but I may be totally wrong.
Well, the scorers haven't told us either.
No, it's not very helpful. Well, Kadri's going to start after lunch, and he bowls to Ben Brown, who just flicks that one behind the square. It is Jack Carson who is the new batsman, so he hasn't got a name on his back. A young off-spinner, 19 years of age, comes from Northern Ireland. Ben Brown was explaining he's been over for a few seasons now and has made quite a sacrifice to come over and play some cricket. Only a young man. Bowled very nicely at Hove last week, picked up 5 wickets in the match. But Sussex need him to bat here because I think 2-2-2 for 6 is a bit below par, is my feeling, on what looks a good track and a quick outfield. But you never know. He's just waiting and surveying the field. So there's a slip and a short leg. And he waits, and it's going to be Kadri who's going to come in from the Naggington Road end. He's in and bowls. And that turned a little bit down the leg side and just helped with the spin by Carson to short fine leg. And he picks up his first run. So he is on his way. And Sussex to 2-2-3 for 6.
Yeah, good. I say turned a bit, but also just sat up a little bit to be nudged away. But that will give some encouragement to Kadri at least.
Sort of slow turn, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Comes in again, over the wicket bowls, and Ben Brown covers up and plays straight back down the track. There is no run. I've been saying it since he came into bat Ben Brown without putting too much pressure on the skipper, but a lot depends on Ben Brown here. If he can hang around and sort of nurse the tail through, then sort of 300 isn't out of possibility for Sussex. But if the skipper gets out, it could be a slightly different story. We shall see. He's waiting. He's on 43. And he comes down the wicket and drives to mid-wicket, and there is no run. 3 men saving one on the offside. Darren Stevens is in at slip. Then on the leg side there's a mid-on, a straightish mid-wicket, Harry Podmore. More of an orthodox mid-wicket, a backward square leg, and a deep square leg. As Kadri is back to his mark, and he's coming up on his 3rd over. He's in and bowls, gives that plenty of air, and Brown drives, but without timing into the covers. Fielded by Groenewold, and there is no run.
Looking for some crumbs of comfort at the Test match. Joss Butler and Chris Wokes have put on exactly 50 before going in for tea, so they're 110 now away from the target. 167 for 5.
Kadri again turns and comes in and bowls, and Ben Brown is back at his stumps and plays quietly in front of him. There is no run. It is the end of the over. Very tidy over from Kadri. 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 3 for the off spinner. And I wonder who we're going to see after tea. I wonder whether it might be a continuation of Podmore. Yes, it is going to be. He's just given his cap to be taken down to the boundary.
He's got through 15 overs today.
Yeah.
And didn't play against Essex. They felt, asked the Kent coaching staff, is he carrying an injury? Wasn't a case of that he just hadn't got through as many overs as perhaps the other bowlers in preparation. And obviously they have to listen to the coaches, but obviously the physios listen to the players as well. They've got 1 or 2 niggles as they come through this, what's been a breakneck speed preparation. But Podmore, 2 for 66, struck twice just before tea, and will bowl now. BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio Sussex. Podmore now bowls to Carson. Defends that into the onside. Fielded by Sam Billings, no run. And a few more emails on KentCricket@gmail.com. I think we could do an afternoon on Bill Werbeneck, it looks like, from Rory. Various stories about the Canadian snooker player. That's a bit of movement from Podmore, but Carson is defending this one back up the pitch, and there's no run.
He was certainly right in behind that, wasn't he, Jack Carson?
Very pleasantly, yeah.
Yeah.
Born in Craigavon? Is that
yes, Craigavon, I think that's
yeah.
I know his parents were over.
I'm not going to go to try it.
Last week, but couldn't get in the ground to watch, which was a great shame on his Sussex debut.
Yeah. Podmore bowling to him now, just on the leg stump, strays a little bit, and that'll go down towards Groenewold. A fine leg, and that's comfortable. Little glance from Carson to add to his score. He's on 2 now. Brown has 43 from 91, as Adrian's saying. Imagine the amount of responsibility on him out there.
Yeah.
But as you say, 5 wickets in the piece for Carson with his spin.
He bowled very nicely as well.
Victory, yeah, against Hampshire. Podmore then to bowl to Ben Brown, Sussex captain and wicket keeper, and again just strays onto the leg stump a little bit, and that's again an easy glance, little nudge off the pads from Brown, and takes a single down towards the Les Ames stand, which is the balcony is populated not by revellers or those in hospitality as it would normally be, coming out for a beer on a lovely fine day, but the Sussex staff and cricketers there just in their whites in the afternoon, separated as they are by the length of the pitch from Kenton, their dressing room, the actual dressing room block, the normal dressing room block, which is to our left in the pavilion here. Outside the off stump, left comfortably by Carson, no run.
Yeah, and certainly the Sussex players are in a bubble up there, aren't they? Because I presume from there they won't come over here at all, and presumably from there, the coach is parked over there. In fact, 2 coaches.
Yeah,
I think they have to come in for.
You're right, it's cordoned off.
And then presumably from there, straight back into the hotel. So just hotel to ground and back again.
In fact, I think for the practice match, the coaches, we could actually see them on the hospital side of the ground, were actually round behind the Ames stand with barriers across, so no one could even go as far as that. So I don't think anyone's going to. Certainly we're all strictly told there's no one just wandering around the ground, so everyone who's in the ground knows why they're here. Here's Podmore to Carson, defends it again, no run. I'm not saying supporters don't usually know where they are or why they're here. Perhaps when they've had 1 or 2 but ales, that might be the case. End of the over, 2-2-5-4-6. Ben Brown has 44, Carson has 2, Kadri none for 3 from his 3, Podmore 2 for 68 now from his 16. Darren Stevens having a little chat with Ollie Robinson, the wicket keeper, just takes the fielding helmet for him. No short leg in for Kadri's spin, just the slip in terms of close fielders. The off spinner continues.
He does. He's coming in just with the 1 slip. 3 men saving 1 on the offside. There's a point to cover and a mid-off as in comes Kadri to bowl to the right-handed Ben Brown. He's in and bowls, and Brown's down the wicket driving. Oh, that's a super shot. 4 runs. Beautiful shot. Drove that between extra cover and mid-off for 4 runs using his feet. And Ben Brown goes to 48 and Sussex 2-2-9 for 6. Carson comes down the wicket and the players sort of touch gloves. At the leg side field, there's a mid-on who isn't really saving a single. He's sort of halfway back. A shortish straight mid-wicket, a more orthodox mid-wicket, a deep backward square, and a backward square leg who's almost on the 45-degree angle, so he's almost a short, fine leg. Kadri is back. He's got a very straight approach to the wicket. He comes in off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 paces, bowls, and that's short and pulled away by Brown. A poor ball. He's only getting a single though, is Ben Brown. He's annoyed. He looks towards the heavens as if to say, they should have gone for 4. But he's got a single and he goes to 49, the skipper. So it's 230 for 6. 49 off 94 balls for Ben Brown. That brings Carson on to strike. Now a short leg is in place for the new batsman. So one of those fielders on the leg side has gone, and it's the more orthodox mid-wicket as in comes Kadri again and bowls. A nice floated off break, and Carson is very respectfully forward and just plays it into the offside with soft hands, and again there is no run. Oh, there is here a seagull. Sounds like we're at Hove.
Indeed, don't let John Lees hear you say that.
Oh, No,
no such thing as a seagull.
A herring gull.
Cadre
in and bowls, and Carlson just covers up and plays that quietly, just wide of Stevens at first slip. For the backward point by Thomas, and there is no run. It just feels like some of the heat of the day may have just gone a little. It just feels maybe our fans are more effective. It doesn't feel quite as oppressive as it did earlier when it was
not as direct sun, I suppose. No.
In comes Cadre and bowls short, and Carson's going to get 4 runs here. 2 short down the leg side, and he just played that with the spin and helped the ball round the corner and picked up a boundary. So well done, Jack Carson. He goes to 6, and Sussex to 234 for 6 as Sussex close in on a second batting bonus point. And they'll be very pleased about that. Loose delivery though down the leg side from Cadre, and it was just helped on its way. Can't really afford to do that with, as I say, there's always a sort of a shortish fine leg, but he had absolutely no chance. Cadre again on his way, bowls, that's a better delivery, and Carson is just inside and plays it into the onside to mid-wicket. There is no run. It is the end of the over, 234 for 6. Brown on 49, Carson is on 6. Harry Podmore's going to carry on. Sam Billings has rotated his bowlers quite a bit today, and I wouldn't be a bit surprised to see a bit more Darren Stevens before the close of play.
Well, he's just taken his cap off there, Stevens, isn't he? I don't know if that's presaging anything, but he's just having a chat to Sam Billings. There you go. You've put the thought in Stevens' mind. Why am I not bowling?
Yeah.
He's got his hands on his hips. Just tell me, Sam.
Must be a polite inquiry to the skipper.
Surely you want me to bowl, don't you? Thinking tactically as well. 2, 3, 4 for 6. The ball at this point is 61 overs old. Mike's been back in touch. So Bill Werbenick. There's more Bill Werbenick news for you. I doubt his name's been mentioned quite this much, the former Canadian snooker player, as it has been during this commentary today. Bear in mind, he says, Big Bill turned professional in the early 70s. Medical advice would have been a bit different.
Yeah.
So Podmore bowling to Brown. A looping delivery, defended up pitch, and there's no run. I believe he had to retire when the beta blockers that he was prescribed to compensate for his high alcohol consumption were added to the performance-enhancing drugs list. Crikey. Yeah. There's a cocktail for you, no pun intended. Dave from Sidcup. This is a promising email title. Other alcohol-inspired athletes. I go to this, Dave, in trepidation, Dave from Sidcup, as I head towards the text of this email. But here's Harry Podmore bowling to Ben Brown, back at the bowl. No run. Steve Beaton won the Arrows World Championships on the BBC. He was so nervous, he had a couple of liveners in the warm-up area and a few more. He won the World Champs, but didn't remember a thing about it, apparently. His nickname was the Bronze Adonis. I felt he looked like he should have been a bass player in Status Quo or REO Speedwagon. I don't remember Steve Beaton at all. There we go.
Nor do I. No.
What would your darts nicknames be? Oh, crikey. Now you're going to set us all off.
Oh, dear.
This is Podmore to Brown. Oh, he's got the edge. He hasn't. Slow delivery. Full one as well, outside the off stump. And Brown's had a mighty shy at that one and missed it, which is a good thing for him, I think.
Well, yeah, it was wide of the off stump and it was moving away from the right-hander, but Ben clearly thought that's the one I'm going to crack through the covers, but he didn't quite get his foot to the pitch of the ball, and perhaps a little fortunate not to get a nick on that. Actually, Darren Stevens has been warming up during this over, so whether we're going to see the... I can't call him a veteran, but he's a... I guess he is in terms of county cricket.
Well, he's 44, it's true. It's outside the off stump and there's no run. An easy lead for Brown on this occasion. I just had a darts nickname for you, Adrian.
Oh dear.
It's in my mind. Don't worry. It's a good one. I was thinking of the old boxer Thomas Hearns. I'm thinking Adrian Hitman Harms. Surely. Would it not be? Remember Thomas Hearns?
I do remember.
And you remind me so much of him, so I'm thinking Adrian Hitman Harms.
Very good.
Because you're so quick.
But not very good at darts.
Oh yeah, so we might pass on that one for another day. Here's Podmore now. Oh, that's a great delivery.
That is a great delivery.
And Brown tried to get a bat on that and couldn't because he was trying to defend it in front of his middle stump. It shaped away from him beautifully to the wicketkeeper.
I just wonder, Matt, whether he's just sort of swinging around a little bit, because that certainly did seem to me that was a cracking delivery.
Yeah, he seems to have started moving it a great deal just before tea and afterwards now.
He's got him
ball to come.
He's bowled some super deliveries. Remember the last time for a championship match here, actually, he bowled very well. That was a game where Matt Henry took a stack of wickets.
Yeah.
The game was over in 3
and
days.
Henry got Kent up from the second division. Defended back at Podmore to end the over. It's a maiden. Good one from Podmore as well. 2-3-4 for 6 Sussex. I actually have a cricket point here from Mike. Well done, Mike. You've of course got a stuck on subject. Yes, 300 all out, question mark. He says from here 300-ish is plausible for Sussex, given that they won the toss and chose to bat. Is that an even game or advantage Kent? I'd say even. Never judge a pitch till both sides are batted, and oh boy, can Kent ever manufacture a collapse, says Mike.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think if Sussex get to 300, I think having won the toss on a good pitch, which it does look a good pitch and a quick output, I think they may feel a little disappointed because quite a few of them got started. But I think 300 is the minimum really here for Sussex. I think anything less than that, they'll be very disappointed.
And I think from a Kent point of view, I'm not sure about the score, but if they bowl them out in under a day, I think on this track, I think Kent should be pleased with that. I don't know what the score will be then, but you take my point.
Absolutely. Well, Kadri's going to carry on.
Yeah.
The last over, he's not turning the ball prolifically. He did make one turn, but he was really bowling too much leg side, and with the off spinners, the ball was just spearing down the leg side, and Carson helped himself to 1 boundary and didn't seem in any real trouble. But skipper Billings is persevering. No slip now for Carson. Sorry, 1 slip, no short leg. I do apologise. Kadri's in and bowling, and that again is he's just sort of pitching that around middle and leg, and it's pretty easy for Carson just to work that into the onside and pick up a comfortable single. He goes to 7, and Sussex to 235 for 6 here on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Kent. Welcome to Canterbury. Patches of blue sky around, pale blue sky, and now Sam Billings is saying, right, let's change the field a little bit, because it's been a little too easy to pick up singles for this Sussex pair. So what's he done? He's pretty much left it as it is, to be honest. Ben Brown surveys that leg side field, 1 short of what will be a 41st first class half century for Ben Brown, and he plays that down to mid on and takes a single, and there goes 54 Ben Brown, and maybe some overthrows as well. No, there aren't, but there we are, half century for Ben Brown, who gets a round of applause for his efforts from the Sussex balcony. Jason Gillespie leading the applause, and a warm handshake from Jack Carson for Ben Brown. So skipper goes to 50. We said how important it was. 101 balls he's faced. That doesn't matter because he's really sort of knitted the innings together. But Ben will know the job is only half done. Now we've got another delay as Kadri and Billings yet again look to change the field over. We've still got another 27 overs after this one to be bowled tonight. So we are looking sort of 6:30-ish really, I think.
Yeah, probably.
By the time we're done. They had a lot of hygiene breaks have had as well, but in comes Kadri and bowls, and short and pulled away by Carson. That's a very good stop at short final. I don't think Sam Billings is going to put up with this for much longer. He's got his hands on his hips, and you just get the feeling that it's a bit too easy here for Carson. Kadri again waits at the end of his run. In and bowls. That's a better delivery. That's pitching roundabout off stump and coming into the right-handed Carson, who has to play forward and plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Kadri is back to his mark. You're taking a bit of confidence from that delivery. He comes in again. Bowls, and again that's much better. And Carson has to play and can only play forward into the onside in front of square. Final ball of the over. Kadri 0 for 14 with 1 maiden. Started off with a maiden over, now a change in the field, and they've put that short fine leg almost to deep backward square. As Kadri is in again. Over the wicket bowls, gives that plenty of air, driven by Carson, and he's going to get runs. It's the thickest outside edge, and it's going to be 4 runs. He was looking to use his feet and drive through extra cover. But a thick outside edge by Carson, and the ball runs away down to third man. He goes to 11, and Sussex 240 for 6.
Yeah, you may be right on Sam Billings' case, perhaps thinking something, bringing someone else on at the Nackington Road end, but having a quick chat with Tim Gronewald, hasn't bowled for a while either. He might turn to the experienced South African.
Yeah, he just looked a little frustrated there, didn't he, Billings? He'll know that. I mean, they'll know he won't have seen Carson back. He won't have seen Crocombe bat either. But he'll know that they're precious runs that this Sussex tail will be adding.
So Podmore, who, in contrast at this other end, has been working up a head of steam and moving the ball around as well. Brown has 50 exactly as Podmore bowls to him. Very solid defensive shot behind that one. There's no run.
Below 100 England need now. Butler on 40, Wokes on 30.
Could this be redemption for Joss Butler? His place apparently in all sorts of jeopardy.
Chris Wokes is a good player, isn't he? Always seems to take wickets, and 30 not out batting number 7. 98 to win.
There's life in that game yet. Podmore to Brown then. Slow delivery. Brown just nudges it up to mid-on. Stevens gets there, but Brown threw his run quickly.
Yeah.
The Sussex balcony loved that quick run as well. Called it quickly, got off quickly too.
Yeah, so that was something that the Sussex camp were talking about last week, about taking quick runs. And as soon as Brown played, I think with all due respect to Darren Stevens, I think he sort of picked out the fielder almost and decided that, play it to him and run. And Carson set off without questioning his skipper.
There's Podmore then to
Sharp.
Brown, straight back. Bowler might got fingertips to it there. Stevens completes the stop mid-on. In fact, they don't get any runs. It was a good contact, but from Carson. But nothing more than that. 11 for him. Brown has 51. 241 for 6. Sussex having won the toss this morning and elected to bat. Phil Salt out for 19 this morning. Haynes for 21. Finch for 37 to Stevens, Gronewald and O'Riordan respectively. And then it's Clark, Rawlings and Garton went for 65, 20 and 4 in the second session of the day. Update coming. Big shot. Not out. Well, yeah, it's going okay, and Harry Podmore still bowling very well for Kent. You might have just heard as you came to us an anguished shout from the Kent bowler, who's affecting a silver fox look. So he said that that's the colour of his hair at the moment. Very stylish bloke. Anyway, more importantly, he's bowling for Kent at the moment. Sussex 242 for 6. Big shout for LBW from Harry Podmore. Not out. He's taken the last 2 wickets to 4, but at the moment they're looking to break through into the last few Sussex batsmen into their tail, as they call it. 242 for 6. Brown, their captain, has 51 earlier. Tom Clark, young batsman, got his maiden 50 for Sussex. He made 65. Podmore has 2 wickets. O'Riordan has 2 as well. 1 each for Gronewald on his debut. And Stevens. And this day goes on. Still, I would say, just about even between these two sides. Sussex having won the toss and elected to bat first. Elsewhere, England, I won't say they're closing in on victory, but they've got a chance. 184 for 5 they are. They need 277 in total to beat Pakistan in the first test. So that's the cricket. The commentary here at Canterbury continues via our website and the BBC Sport app. It's a very nice head of hair, I have to say, Harry Podmore's got there. It's a very fetching colour. So, yes, I'll concentrate more on the cricket, though, absolutely. And Podmore comes in once more with that coiffure. And bowls to Carson, turns it into the onside. Quite rightly, our presenter saying I should concentrate on the cricket and less on the hair, but that's fair enough entirely. So turn into the onside for a single, end of the over, and we will have a jailbreak. Feels like there ought to be a jingle if it's just T20, and they may well have them in T20, Adrian. I don't know if this is going to be a thing during the Olympic overs. Perhaps there should be a special song. Perhaps it should be an adapted version of Thin Lizzy's Jailbreak. Tonight there's going to be a jailbreak.
Very good.
Somewhere in this town.
Very good.
As someone has pointed out since on that lyric, actually, it's absolutely ridiculous. I like the song, I have to say. Bit of a Lizzie fan. I don't know about you.
Were they whiskey
Back
in the jar?
Day, they were indeed. But the lyric goes, the chorus of this song, tonight there's going to be a jailbreak somewhere in this town. Now,
you'd have thought probably from the prison.
Probably the jail. When I was a small boy listening to the song, I thought, that's a cracking song. I was pointed out to me later how ridiculous that was as a lyric. Being a man who loves musicals, you'll know how they string a lyric together beautifully to suit the mood. That's not one of them. Anyway, but any other suggestions of songs they could play for the sanitizer break? I don't know.
Yes, I need to sort of
KentCricket@gmail.com or SussexCricket@bbc.co.uk. You can, as Mike did, actually just talk about the cricket. You're more than welcome to do that.
Yeah. And the cricket itself, 2:43 for 6. Brown 52, Carson 11.
Back at the cricket.
What have we got? We've got 26 overs left in the day, and we're going to get a change in the bowling. And I think it's going to be Tim Groenewald, who's going to come in from the Naggington Road end.
Yeah, I did mention that they'd been having a chat, hadn't they, Billings and Groenewald, but also Billings and Stevens, so
yeah,
it'll be a double change perhaps.
And we were right about Kadri, who was tidy early on, but and he, his figures he hasn't bowled poorly, don't get me wrong, but he hasn't looked that threatening, and I think Carson was able to pick up some easy runs early on in his innings, but he's looked perfectly capable. Jack Carson, 19-year-old, one of the many youngsters who have been given a chance in this Bob Willis Trophy, but here comes, Groenewald in and bowls, and Brown is forward and placed nicely into the covers. He's going to get runs here. Certainly one, maybe two, no, just one. He goes to 53, 2:44 for 6.
The Gulls are getting exercise.
They are.
Just had a fly past from one of them.
They are.
Quite wide. Bit of a disappointment. We're saying this at one or two of the football matches as well, where the Gulls come in. There are no spectators, so there aren't spare chips or...
No, not sort of bags of food left around, or...
It's probably great for their health, actually. They have to go and find things which are more natural to their diet.
It's like fish.
Yes. Who'd have thought? No, not fish again.
3 slips for Groenewald. There's also a sweeper on the cover boundary, an extra cover and a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket and a fine leg. As in he comes running into bowl his 14th over. He's in and bowls, and Carson is up on his toes and plays confidently enough into the offside, and there is no run.
Carson looks good, doesn't he?
He does look good. Gets into line, doesn't he? Looks I mean, I didn't know how the sort of 8, 9, 10, 11. I guessed without being unkind that Mitch Claydon will probably be 11, only because he was 11 last week. I don't know too much about Stuart Meeker, but certainly both Carson and Henry Crocombe last week, the two young bowlers, they looked perfectly capable. Groenewald is in again, bowls, and Carson is solidly forward, puts right to the pitch of the ball, plays into the offside, and there is no run. And certainly Ben Brown seems to have every confidence in the young man. Brown on 53. I'm very grateful for these supplies of water today, which I've slowly worked my way through.
Indeed, I realised I was drinking the bottled water, the manufactured one. I've actually brought quite a lot from home as well, so that's tremendously wasteful of me. I should leave them for you.
In comes Groenewald bowls, and Carson has a little dart at that one outside the off stump. I think Groenewald bent his back a little bit there. That was a noticeably quicker delivery, and Carson was looking to work that one away through the gully area, and Ben Brown just comes in, there's a little word with him, just had a little flirt with that one outside of the off stump that Robinson took, and there is no run. Carson 11 not out, faced 21 balls, and he's facing the game now as Groenewald is back to his mark and comes running in. Bowls, and Carson is forward, plays into the offside, and Ben Brown is very quick to call Carson through for the single. That's good cricket by Ben Brown, because I was just thinking, let's just get the young man off the strike. Having said that, there's only one more ball in this over to go. Groenewald 1 for 51 in his 14th over so far. The Sussex skipper on 53. Now just the one slip in place for Brown, a slip in the gully, sweeper on the cover boundary, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square and a fine leg as Groenewald is in and bowls, and down the leg side was an appeal from Groenewald, but I think that was always disappearing down the leg side. It is the end of another over, the end of the 65th over of today's proceedings, and Sussex are 245 for 6. Ben Brown on 53. Jack Carson is on 12. You are listening to live cricket on the BBC. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Kent. Myself, Adrian Harms, and Matt Cole, delighted to be here. Just enjoying the fact that we've got some cricket, which is great to report on.
Yeah, it's been lovely. I won a hot afternoon, obviously, but means we get a full day cricket. I don't like sitting around in the rain, quite frankly, not watching cricket, so it's got to be better than that. It's a beautiful day. It's all been contest between these two sides. Podmore particularly has been testing the batsman from the pavilion end. The bowl's now to Carson. He just drops on that. Defends it into the onside, no run.
He's bowled a very good line, Podmore, hasn't he? He's sort of not express pace, but he's bowled around sort of middle and off. He's made the batsman play a lot. I think probably his figures don't really reflect how well he's bowled, to be honest. 18 overs, 2 for 70. Looks like he's been a bit expensive, but he's bowled some good stuff in amongst there as well.
Yeah, he's going at 4 and over more or less, isn't he? Absolutely. Yeah. Podmore to Carson, 3 slips in behind, drive, didn't really get the full face of the bat to, and it squirts out to point, but along the ground, so safe, no run. Kadri fields.
Yeah, he's I think it's quite difficult to assess how well a bowler's in terms of his figures, because only that the outfield is so quick, and particularly off the quick bowlers. Snicks go for 4. I mean, the outfield is like lightning. But I just feel that he's bowled a better line than length than perhaps those figures show.
You're right. Once it's gone. Pretty much on this outfield. Podmore bowling to Carson. Yeah, he got a seam away. Carson eventually effects the leave of that one, and there's no run. Just looking at the forecast for tomorrow. Don't worry, it's going to be very sunny, everybody. But actually, the forecast that I'm looking at says it's going to be, I won't even say cooler because it's still going to be hot, but more like 26 tomorrow. Peaking here. So
talk a bit of an easterly breeze. Are they talking tomorrow?
Would be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Coming from northeast. So perhaps that's why. So possibility as Podmore bowls outside the off stump, and there's no run, so it might be slightly easy bowling conditions tomorrow as well. But then through Monday and Tuesday, certainly going up to those temperatures once again around about 30-31 degrees is the forecast. But as when it gets hot and humid, also warnings for possible thunderstorms, though there are none predicted. Obviously they arrive when you least expect thunderstorms, don't they? But build up of barometric pressure. Podmore now to Carson, defends it well again. Podmore's a bit of a stare down the pitch at him. 3 slips in still for behind Carson. It's Cox leaning and O'Riordan next to Holly Robertson, the wicketkeeper. Having Kadri then, if we carry around anti-clockwise, is at very deep point. Then Daniel Bell-Drummond at cover. Mid-off is Ivan Thomas. Mid-on is Darren Stevens. Sam Billings under the cap with the shades on. He's at mid-wicket. And then Thomas down at the long leg is a good ball just outside the off stump, and just feeling for it, Carson then, but does survive. End of the over. Maiden from Podmore, 2 for 70. So it's Groeneveld down at long leg. That is the end of the over. So still bowling well, Podmore. I wonder if they might take him off, whether he might be tiring a bit. He's through 19 overs now, but still seems to be getting some purchase, some interest out of this pitch. And that's the end of the over.
Yeah, absolutely. He's 19 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 70. I just thought in that over, a couple of deliveries were pitching around about off stump and going away from the right hander, but then that couple there, he pitched it around middle stump and very nearly caught the edge of Carson's bat. But Jack Carson survives. He's on 12. Sussex 245 for 6, and it's going to be Tim Groeneveld who's going to start his 15th over of the innings, running into bowl to Ben Brown. He's in and bowls, and Brown just helps himself to a single through square leg. They've taken 1, they'll think about 2, but Thomas is in quickly from deep backward square and gets in the throw. And just the single to Brown. He goes to 54. Sussex 246 for 6. That brings Carson on strike. Slightly more attacking field for Carson. 3 slips now in place. A sweeper on the cover boundary, an extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg. Now that sweep on the cover boundary, that makes sense, is now coming into a one saving position. Carson just waits to make sure where the fielder's eventually going to rest. And in comes Groenveld bowls, and Carson very correctly forward to a ball of good length, and his foot right to the pitch of the ball, head over the ball, and just plays it straight back down the track. Groenveld fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. If you're just joining us, a very warm welcome, warm being the operative word, to Canterbury, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Kent. Live commentary on the Bob Willis Trophy. 4-day cricket as Groenveld is in again and bowls, and Carson is beaten on this occasion. That's a good delivery by Groenveld, just leaving the right-hander, and Carson is playing down the wrong line, and the ball goes through to Robinson, and there is no run. Sussex winning the toss this morning, electing to bat on a glorious baking hot morning. They lost Salt for 19, Haynes for 21, Finch for 37, Tom Clark, the young 19-year-old, top scoring with 64, Delray Rawlins for 16, and George Garton for 4. As in comes Groenveld bowls, and Carson is solidly forward to a ball pitching around middle and off. Would have hit the stumps, but Carson is equal to the task and plays it firmly down the ground to mid-on, and there is no run. A pretty high-level sort of wispy cloud around, and some paler blue patches. Quite a few people watching on the balconies now, away to our left-hand side. As Groenveld is in again and bowls, and Carson drives nicely. That's 4 runs. Beautiful shot. Well, he proved he's a very fine off-spinner last week with plenty of potential. That's a very good shot. It was over-pitched by Groenveld, and Carson just waited and then put right to the pitch of the ball and drilled the ball through the covers for 4 runs. Nice shot, and it brings up the Sussex 250, and it means that Sussex have secured their second batting bonus point in the 67th over of the day. And a fine shot by young Carson. Ball is retrieved by the Kent skipper, and Groenveld is in again towards us and bowls, and Carson covers up to a ball pitching around middle and off, played into the offside. It is the end of another over, and Sussex are 250 for 6. Brown on 54, Carson is on 16, Groenveld 15 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 56. Harry Podmore is going to carry on. He's bowled a lot of overs, 19 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 70, so he would have earned the right to put his feet up tonight.
Yeah. I wondered if he was looking a bit weary in the previous over, but again he got the ball to nip this way and that, didn't he? And he said he doesn't bound in at any great pace anyway. He's not a thunderer. So tall and slim is Harry Podmore. 2 slips and a gully in behind Ben Brown. He's on 54 now. Tom Clark still top scorer with 65. Bowls to him, takes the bat away. Very deliberately does Ben Brown. He stepped across his stumps and has a look back at Podmore. And there's no run through to the wicket keeper. Absolutely withdrew the bat from that one. It said just took a movement across his timbers. So Sussex still with batsmen to come. Crocombe, Meeker and Clayton, not necessary in that order. As Adrian was quick to point out. Here's Podmore, once again slower delivery, floating delivery into the off stump, and it's driven by Brown. He hasn't got all of it, but it'll go out to the offside boundary, and Kadri will field. The big shouting was the batsman there. They decided not to go for a third one, and
I think Carson was keen to call the skipper through for a third, and I think the skipper pulled rank then.
It did look, he made a bit of a gesture after all that had finished, didn't he?
Yes.
That suggested that he'd do what he wanted, I think, or at least that it wasn't a good idea.
Not a good idea, Jack, I think you probably said.
Slightly irritated gesture. 252 for 6, and it's just dropped to the offside tip and run, as it were. Great shot, great running rather, I should say. And Brown ends up on his back, having ducked the throw, which has fizzed through from O'Riordan, has come round from gully to field that one. O'Riordan just raises a hand of apology, but he was aiming for the stumps, just Brown was in the way. Great evasive action, I have to say, by Brown.
It was.
You can almost tell he's a wicket keeper, can't he? Because he's that agile. He evaded the ball, but he's got himself back up now. he was saying they were talking about quick singles in their lead up to this match. Is that right, Adrian? And
yes, they were
rotating the strike
last week. It was a big part of Sussex's strategy.
That certainly worked for them. 2-5-3 for 6, knocking the bowlers settled. Brown 57, Carson 16, and edge and gone. Second slip. Jack leaning, catches him just about shoulder high, and he's gone for the drive there, Carson. That'll be the end of him, and Podmore has his third for 73, and Sussex are 2-5-3 for 7. And once again, just as Sussex seem to be settling in, Kent have struck with a wicket. But 2-5-3 for 7 then, Sussex here at Canterbury.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a feature of today as we get a hygiene break. Caught by leading off a Podmore for 16, Jack Carson. I think he'll be disappointed, but I think you've got to give some credit to Harry Podmore. He's plugged away. He's bowled a very good line, and driving was Carson, and a very neatly taken catch by leaning at second slip. So 253 for 7. Now I think the new batsman looks as if it's going to be Henry Crocombe. We'll wait and see.
It's not an anomaly with a scorecard, but all the wickets have one thing in common: they're all caught today.
Ah, well, yeah, interesting. No bowls.
No bowls, no LBWs, no stumpings, no run-outs.
Interesting. I wonder how often that happens. If you get an entire innings. So this looks like Henry Crocombe. He doesn't look thick-set enough to be. Stuart Meeker is quite a very powerfully built man. I don't think that's Meeker. No, it's Henry Crocombe who's going to come out to bat, joining his skipper. Well, that was a nice little partnership between these two, coming together on 221. So what did they add? They added 32, Carson and Brown. So Sussex will think if they could add 32 for each of these last 3 wickets, they'd be over 300. But I think Kent will feel they've had a pretty decent day. Picking up 7 wickets on a sweltering day. Quick outfield and what looks a good pitch. I mean, you never know. Maybe Sussex will roll Kent over, but one of
Eamon was saying that. Yeah, you'd like to have a look at how Sussex will bowl and how Kent will bat, but looks decent enough. Maybe a little bit in it, a little bit of bounce in it for the bowlers as well. Podmore now bowling, and that'll be left outside the off stump by Henry Crocombe, and that's no run.
Yeah. So I just wonder whether. He's probably not at that stage yet, Ben Brown. He will know more about the batting capabilities of the lower order, whether the skipper reaches a stage where he thinks, right, I'm going to cut loose here because we could, a quick 20 or 30 could be very important. Billings is changing the field around again. He's done this a lot today.
So he's putting himself in. Is that a fourth slip?
Looks like it.
Yeah. Attacking and Bell Drummond at mid-wicket.
Yeah.
It's Podmore then, bowls to Crocombe, leaves that one, keeps low outside the off stump, and there's no run, no need to play at it, and quite rightly didn't. End of the over, another wicket for Podmore. He's taken the last 3 to 4, 2 before tea and 1 after. Carson going, caught by Jack leaning, bowled by Podmore, 16, and it's 2-5-3 for 7, and at the Test match, Wokes and Butler carry on. Past 200 now, 200 for 5. That partnership is at 83 for the 6th wicket.
Wow, that's a big partnership in the context of the match.
Yeah, they are 77 off now.
Wow. Well,
victory. Could be.
Another great win for England, wouldn't it, from where they were?
Yeah, we were both backing Pakistan. In terms we thought they were going to win.
Yeah, I think and I was
making favourites.
Listening to Michael Vaughan this morning on the way down to Canterbury, or way up to Canterbury, and he was saying, I think he fancied Pakistan to win. But Chris Wokes is turning into a really fine all-round cricketer if he wasn't already. Now, it's going to be Tim Groenewald who's coming running into bowl to the Sussex skipper Ben Brown. He's on 57, he's in and bowls, and Brown is forward and plays that quietly into the offside, and there is no run. It's a very defensive field here. I think Sam Billings will be too bothered if Ben Brown takes a single. There's a slip. Is there a third man? I can't quite see. There's a sweeper on the cover boundary, extra cover and a mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket, then a deep backward square and a fine leg. I think there is a third man as well, but I can't quite see him. Down to my right-hand side. Groenewald is on his way. Bowles and Brown again to a ball well pitched up on around middle and off, and nothing much Ben Brown can do about that. He just plays it quietly down the onside of the pitch, and again there is no run. As a big herring goal swoops down onto the outfield by umpire Newell.
Just wondering if he's got any snacks, I'd imagine.
Yeah. Groenewald is back to his mark and is on his way again. Right time over the wicket. Bowles and Brown doesn't time that. He was looking to force that one on the offside. He rehearses the shot he was intending to play. The ball just bounces down the offside, and there is no run. Ben Brown remains on 57. Live cricket here on the BBC, BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio Sussex. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Matt Cole. And it's been a good day's cricket.
Yeah.
7 wickets down.
Competitive.
Yeah, 253 for 7 as Groenewald is in, and Bowles to Ben Brown, who has a bit of a yahoo at that outside of the off stump. Foot never really to the pitch of the ball, and taken by by Ollie Robinson in front of first slip, and there is no run. Just slightly showing his intentions there, Ben Brown. I just wonder whether he's thinking, you know, there may not, with all due respect to Crocombe, Meeker and Claydon, whether he's just thinking, oh, I might just have a bit of a dart at this. And now the third man, there was a third man, has come up to backward point, so looking to cut the single off here. In fact, that third man has come up into the gully area now. 2 balls to go in the over. Groenewald is in, and Bowles, and Ben Brown is solidly forward this time with a model forward defensive shot placed to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So 1 more ball in the over. I wonder whether Billings might bring up his square leg. He's got a deep square at the minute and a fine leg. He's chattering away to Darren Stevens, who I'm sure is chomping at the bit to get some overs in after tea. Billings is talking to Stevens about a fielding change. Now he's bigging Bell Drummond up into the circle on the offside to prevent the single. Still there's a gap on the leg side as in comes Groenewald. He's in, and Bowles, and Brown lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Robinson. A good over by Tim Groenewald, a maiden over. 16 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 56 for Groenewald, who wanders down to his fielding position. And it is still going to be Harry Podmore who's going to carry on. He's bowled a very long spell, but he's looked pretty dangerous, and he's 20 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 73. So he's been the chief wicket taker for Kent today.
Yeah, and as you say, still going on. He's bowled since tea and plumbing away. 20 overs. No one's bowled more in this innings. So 3 slips in behind Henry Crocombe here. He's yet to score, just faced the 2 balls though. Leaning to a catch in the last Podmore over. That second slip up near his shoulder. Here is Podmore then, away from us. The pavilion end, Bowles just outside the off stump. That was a leave, and it was close to the off stump.
Yeah, it was close. We very nearly got the first bowl of the match there.
Yeah, we could clearly see it, and it looked like it went between bat and pad there.
Yeah.
But certainly clearly see the stumps as Crocombe left the ball through. So, yeah, as you say, it was the first one that G. Carlson did. We've had a couple of LBW appeals, but nothing more serious than that. All 7 dismissals have been caught, one way or another. Defends Crocombe there. She just out into the offside, raises the back foot, almost ballet-like just afterwards. It's a flock of pigeons just descends on the outfield in front of us. It's a very attractive stripy one down there we've seen. I don't know if you can see it. It's got the 2 stripes.
Yes, I can.
Which we are remarking on.
Perhaps it's called the Admiral or something like that.
Yes. The highest ranking pigeon, defended by Crocombe, although he pulled out of a drive there and ended up more hitting the bat than anything, but it's into the offside and there's no run.
Yeah. That's
why I recognise these are the same pigeons we saw when we watched the practice match here between Kent and Essex. Pulled ball back to his mark, shining the ball on his whites. Threw some over today in his 21st, 3 for 73 as he bowls to Crocombe. Cross him, and that's through the wicketkeeper, no run. And an ooh from everyone, including Adrian Harms, because he played down the wrong line there, did Crocombe, and close to the edge, but through to the wicket-keeper. Yeah, he's done well, hasn't he? Podmore sticking to his task here. He's bowling a decent line, he's getting the ball to seam away as well. From the right-hander.
Yeah.
Wearing number 1, and of course the name on the shirt as well. This one just seaming out towards from middle to off. But Crocombe played it with the onside, and there's a shout from the slips. Looks secure enough to deflect it back to long leg single take, and he's off the mark. And Ben Brown will take strike now with a ball to go of Podmore's 21st over. I wonder how long they will use him for, Harry Podmore. He might come out of the attack shortly. Just stops at the end of his run and goes to bowl to Ben Brown. Steps across his stumps, and although it's seeming towards away from him rather, just gets back behind it, and that's the end of the over. 2-5-4 for 7. Brown is 57, and Crocombe has 1 from 7.
Email from Ben Brown's mum, Diana. I don't know if you're listening together, Diane. I'm sorry, I've only just picked this email up, which you sent on Monday, and it must have been after the game had finished. But Andrew Moon was commentating for BBC Solent on Saturday,
yes.
on Monday. And Di says, thought I'd let you know after hearing your co-presenter's girlfriend, so that's Andrew Moon's girlfriend, was at school with Ben. Please let him know he got 2 A's and a B at GCSE. So 7 A stars, 2 A's and a B at GCSE, and then did 2 A levels.
We're going to update BBC Radio Kent listeners on the radio shortly. That's 4 for Crocombe, just flicking it down through fine leg. Well, I'm going to mention the silver-haired Harry Podmore again, because it's a fine coiffure, I have to say, a fine shade. He's dyed his hair, and he's taken another wicket as well. So he has 3 now for 74. Gives me good reason to mention him. Sussex won the toss this morning, elected to bat on a... Well, it's been a hot day. 258 for 7 they are now. Kent have stuck their guns really well, taking regular wickets and breaking through just when it seems that Sussex are going to get away from them on this first day. Still plenty of cricket to be played, of course. Kent looking to wrap up the tail end of the Sussex innings as soon as possible. But Ben Brown, Sussex's captain, is getting in their way at the moment. He's on 57 not out earlier. Tom Clark, a young batsman, scored his first half-century for Sussex. England, having looked like they were going to be out of the game against Pakistan, now look like they're closing in on victory. They're 213 for 5. They need 277 to win. Big partnership between Chris Wokes and Joss Butler, who both have 50s of their own. And that's the cricket continuing for the last hour or so of this first day of the game between Kent and Sussex via our website and the BBC Sport app. Yes, indeed. And on the afternoon show there for BBC Radio Kent, and we're continuing here. I think Adrian's gone off to do his update at the top of the hour. But yeah, England look like they're closing in on victory, though plenty can still go wrong. They need 64 more. Good ball that from Groenewald. Groans and raw and moans of approval from the Kent fielders as that one went through just past Crocombe, cutting back. See on the replay, a superb ball that is from Groenewald. I think Crocombe felt it was going away, but it's come back at him with some good movement. Groenewald's getting out there, so but at least this will be encouragement for the Sussex bowlers as well. All still doing something. 70 overs old, and this time he's right behind it, Crocombe, and there's no run. Thanks for all your emails today on kentcricket@gmail.com and sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Of course you can tweet us as well. Sorry, I'm losing my thread there, beg your pardon. Back to his mark goes Groenewald. Is there a movement in the field? I think there's going to be a sanitisation break, easy for you to say, at the end of this over. Played it late, Crocombe, and just fending it off his pads there. Grenville gave him a bit of a look because that was a testing delivery. End of the over. The over 8's back level, says the scoreboard. 19 remaining in the day. 6 minutes past 5. No, perhaps not. Looks like perhaps Kent Physio Dan might be coming on with the something for the players, maybe just a drink, but none of it at the moment. So 2-5-8 for 7 Sussex. Brown has 57. Crocombe has 5. Ivan Thomas to replace Harry Podmore. At this end, no wickets for Thomas as yet. Number 35 from his 8. And England, as I said, 214 for 5. They're closing on a victory. Well, I think you might have heard that from Harry Podmore. I'd like a drink, says Harry Podmore. Well, there you are. He's doing the instructions out there. No more to say about that. He wants something from the dressing room. But the other staff are going around to give a drink to somebody else after Thomas's over. Outside the off stump, left by Brown, and there's no run. On BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Sussex as well. Thomas looking full of energy. Just got through the 8 overs so far. Was a bit expensive, and there certainly has been a facet of his bowling since his return from that injury into this Bob Willis Trophy. Darren Stevens looked like he was doing some peremptory warm-ups, but I'm not sure that means he's going to be back right away. Adrian Harmer's back with me. I'm Matt Cole. Tomorrow we'll be joined by tomorrow and Monday we'll be joined by former Kent captain as Thomas bowls to Ben Brown. No run defended. David Fulton.
Good to see David.
Obviously broadcaster now as well as so, which I think is a bit unfair. You know, you bring him in for his expertise on cricket because he's former Kent captain, and obviously he knows exactly what every field change means.
Yes.
Even, you know, if Sam Bidding scratches his ear in a strange way, he'll tell us exactly what that means. Also broadcaster. Now that doesn't seem fair though, does it? You know, tramping on our turf, doing that very well. Not fair. Won't say that when he's here, obviously.
No, but good to see him.
Spare his brushes, absolutely. So 3 of us here tomorrow. Ben Watts will be with Adrian and Dave on Monday. This one's cut away by Brown, single taken, and he moves on to 58. Applause from the balcony where the Sussex players are. Thomas back to his mark, 3 balls through this one. So at 259 for 7, probably about an hour to go, about 18.5 overs remaining. What do you make of Sussex's days so far? If you were to
I mean, just because it looks a good wicket and it's a quick outfield, you know, I think Sussex. My own view is that Sussex are a bit below par here. But you know, it's very easy to say from here, isn't it?
Yeah. It does make you wonder how much there is in this pitch as Thomas bowls outside the off-stump. Crocombe leads, because certainly Podmore's and Grenville that last over, they're still getting the ball to move. So
there's a little bit in it. I mean, I just think I look at the Sussex card and I think, you know, quite a few got starts. You know, Salt 19, Haynes 21, Finch 37, you know, Clark 64. No one's gone on to play the really big knock, and Ben Brown is having to sort of guide the tail through a little bit here. So you know, maybe it isn't easy to score. It'd be quite interesting to get the views, you know, after today's play of what the players make of the track. Maybe it's not quite the batting paradise that it looks from here.
Thomas to bowl to Crocombe now, left outside the off stump, and there's no run.
It's good carry, isn't there?
Yeah.
I mean, that was good carry through to keeper Robinson there. So, you know, it seems to be coming on reasonably well. But it's a very, very quick outfield. I mean, anything that's gone past the infield just has sped away for 4.
Yeah. So I guess we'll find out tomorrow.
We will, absolutely, we will.
Kent are batting.
Yeah, we will. We'll see how good.
Assuming they are, unless they may well be batting before the end of the day. That is possible.
It is.
I mean, anything's possible. Thomas back to his mark, and Crocombe just letting a quick look around the field before it starts. Raises his bat behind him. As Thomas bowls in full, and that's a great delivery. Or has Crocombe made that look good? He's gone on the drive and missed it just outside off stump, and that's whistled through to the wicket keeper. Decent pace from Thomas there. Actually, I think that's the cutter. Just looking on the replay, I think that he might have just cut that one back. And that's gone through the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. Close to the stumps, but Crocombe survives. He's on 5. Brown is on 58. Dave on emails, kencricket@gmail.com, just making a question about second 11 cricket. Are there any second 11 games this season? Not scheduled as far as I'm aware, Dave. I don't know about Sussex, Adrian, but I don't believe they're operating the second 11 at this point.
I don't think so. Not as far as I'm aware. Now, well, another delay here because Darren Stevens is coming down. Harry Podmore has also come out with some bowling boots. There. Not quite sure what he's got. Looks like it, but there seems to be people running off and running on the pitch all over the place.
Jordan Cox has run off. He's actually done some hard work. He's taken the fielding helmets off.
Yeah.
Podmore's disappeared, has he? Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah, so he's off the field for the minute.
Yep.
In comes Groenewald, comes in and bowls to Ben Brown, and Brown is forward and plays quietly onto the onside, and there is no run. See, I was reading out Di's email here. This is Ben Brown's mum.
Yes.
And she was saying that Ben got 7 A's, 7 A stars, 2 A's, and a B at GCSE, then did 2 A levels with 1-to-1 coaching whilst playing for Sussex and got an A and a B, so definitely he was an all-rounder at school. Be interesting to know who Andrew's girlfriend is, as they were a very tight-knit group at school. I'll see if I can find out. Di, thank you for your email. As in comes Groenewald bowls, and Brown just plays quietly into the offside, and there is no run. Still just the one slip in place for Ben Brown. The game's in a bit of a lull here, isn't it? Because we're in the what are we? We've had 72 overs in the day, so what are we going along at? About 72, about 3 and a bit and over throughout the day. Groenewald again comes running in and bowls, and Brown is solidly forward to a ball well pitched up. I think in general, though, it's fair to say that the Kent bowling has been pretty tight. Matt, I don't think it's been poor bowling. I think that I think they've bowled a reasonable line of length. It's been very, very hot for the bowlers today.
Occasionally going at 3.5 up to 4 for Thomas, and Podmore going at 4 as well. But Stevens a bit more economical.
Groenewald is in again and bowls, and Ben Brown tucks that one on the leg side. They've taken one. They're looking for 2 here. Robinson, the keeper, is very quickly out from behind the stumps. We'll wait for the umpire's signal, and it is a leg bye. So Ben Brown remains on 58, but the total advances by 1 to 260 for 7.
Just need to hurry him a little bit there, Ben Brown, but going on the leg side, certainly.
Yeah, a bit of extra bounce.
Yeah.
So 3 slips in place now for the right-handed Crocombe. He's going to face Groenewald. England needing 61 to win its drinks now at Old Trafford. Groenewald is on his way. Over the wicket bowls and drives as Crocombe, looking to drive through the offside, but instead he was rather straightened up and the ball went to mid-wicket, fielded by Kadri, and there is no run. That seagull is flying around rather irritatingly for the players, or that herring gull, or whatever you want to call it, but he's sort of swooping around. Here he goes again, round the back of the umpire. He's coming back in for another go now. There he goes. No, he's landed on the square.
Mid-wicket.
Yes, he is.
Company fielding at mid-wicket.
Yes.
He needs to watch out there.
He does need to look out. Kadri goes back slightly deeper, and Groenewald is in, bowls to Crocombe, who lets that go outside the off stump, taken by keeper Robinson. It's the end of another over. I think that was a maiden over as well from Tim Groenewald. We'll just wait for that to go up. There was a leg by, certainly. 18 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 60 for Groenewald, who will enjoy putting his feet up as well today. Now, Harry Podmore has come back onto the field. Darren Stevens is coming back on as well. Looks to me like he might be changing his boots, Darren Stevens. So I don't know whether he has bowling boots. So it could well be that we're going to get a spell from Stevens. Yeah,
so you're right. He's got new boots on. Oh, I need to do the laces up of those, Darren. You'll trip yourself.
Yeah, he will.
What a way that would be to end your career. Tripping on your laces.
New Boots. Wasn't that the name of an album by
Ian Dury?
It was, wasn't it?
Indeed it was. We've had some musical suggestions. I mentioned whimsically about music for the sanitizer break, but here comes Thomas bowling to Brown, much into the onside. He's got inside the line nicely there, Brown, actually deflecting it out to square leg, and that'll be a single. 261 for 7. Brown has 59. Crocombe has 5. Thomas continuing here. That was part of Dave's email, actually. Second 11 and academy games, not at the moment. It's very much county and club. As far as I know from Kent, anyway. I'm not speaking for Sussex, but
yeah, I'm sure that's the case. I'm sure someone from the club will correct me if I'm wrong, but I'd have thought, quite a few of the guys who would perhaps have been playing second 11 cricket are, they're giving young players an opportunity here.
Yeah.
So I'm not aware of any second 11 fixtures, but please correct me if I'm wrong.
Thomas to Crocombe once more. Defends it to the offside. With regards to music for the breaks, these are the sanitizer breaks. Dave, for some reason, is torn between Zieg Zieg Sputnik. I remember them vaguely. I think I saw them in Kent somewhere.
Really?
And something more Kentish. I reckon Carter the Unstoppable Sex Machine counts on account of the fruit bat graffiti all over bridges along the A2. Really, Dave? I have no idea. Because fruit bat played in Carter USM. Or perhaps Soft Machine or Matching Mole. From the Canterbury scene, indeed. I think that's where you're going with that. Dave, is that right? Robert Wyatt, what a voice that man has. Anyway, here comes Thomas. A belated shout for LBW. I think it was going down. They scrambled through for a leg by. I think only Ivan Thomas was shouting there, but
he was
quickly taken that leg by as well. Well run, and the Sussex balcony liked that. Brown has 59, Crocombe has 5. If you've never heard the story of how Robert Wyatt got the name Matching Mole, it's a thing of beauty. I'll look it up, Dave. Thank you very much for that. Back at the cricket. 2-6-2-4-7, 1 for 60 for Groenewald. Thomas has none for 37 so far, but lone LBW shout didn't help him towards getting 1 in the wickets column. Brown will face now and pulls that away, low to pull, and it ends up at mid-wicket with O'Riordan, and not a great sound from the bat. No, a bit toe-endy, I think.
It was, and I was just wondering there. And Ben Brown shook his hand then, as if that hurt. I just wonder whether that was a sign that maybe the ball isn't coming on perhaps as much as maybe we think it is. I don't know. He didn't time that, Ben Brown. But I don't know. From here, it looks a pretty decent track, I have to say.
Be just a little bit slowish, or a little bit too paced, I suppose. But looks like he's trying to force.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a, as you say, it's been a bit of a lull, isn't it? I've seen boundaries flying recently, that's for sure. Good stop that one at Gully by Leaning as it's cut away, or just angled away by Brown. No run.
So Jack Leaning joined this year, did he?
He did, yes, co-season, yeah.
That's on a sort of 3-year deal or something, or?
Yes, I'm not sure they specified the length of the deal, but certainly on a longer term deal. It's not a.
I'm sure I saw Jack Leaning make 99 for Yorkshire at Arundel. Now that would have been because Sussex have been in the second division for some time, so I reckon that's probably 6 years ago. But he was a player with immense promise at that stage.
Ivan Thomas now bowls to Brown, and up on his toes, just chopped into the offside, and there's no run. End of the over, and just 1 off that from the bat, 1 leg by as well. 2-6-2 for 7, and there will be a drinks break. I was going to say pressure building, but won't be released by the drinks break. But from Kent, it's I guess a reasonable last couple of overs, and just the score is diminishing. And Brown's looking a little bit not nervy. He's looking a little bit agitated at the crease, as you said, Adrian. Perhaps he's thinking, don't want to get becalmed here.
Yeah.
Because if Crocombe gets out, we're getting nearer the tail.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's going through his mind.
Yeah, it might well be. I'm sure there will come a stage when, Ben is probably well aware that he needs to be there to the end if he can, but there may come a time in this when he suddenly thinks, right, I'm going to cut loose here because a quick 20 or 30. 262 for 7. Sussex are 38 runs away from another batting bonus point, so that they're all important, and even more important in a competition where only 2 of the 18 counties are going to qualify for the final. I mean, to be honest, you've probably got to win 4 games, haven't you? So I'd have thought to have a shout of getting through. But bonus points, draws are not a bad result because you get 8 points for a draw in this competition as opposed to the 5 normally. So. A draw isn't a disaster for anybody, but at this stage, you'd feel that probably you've got to win 4 of your matches.
Yeah,
to have a shout. T20, I don't know how that's going to work. Everybody plays everybody, I understand, twice. I don't know if there's quarter-finals or whether it's going on the same way. I've got no idea how the T20 competition's going to work.
I'm happy to wait for next week, and they'll tell us. I'm
sure they will. I'm sure we'll find out. But it's going to be Tim Groenewald in the meanwhile. He's going to come running into bowl to Henry Crocombe. He's in and bowls, and Crocombe is forward. He was looking to play on the offside and rather squared up again and played to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Yeah, I mean, I guess the reality is that it doesn't really affect the public in terms of coming to games. Obviously affects in terms of broadcasting and quite how it's all going to work for the T20. I would have thought quite a lot of the games might be afternoon games, because it doesn't seem a lot of point having floodlights on, unless of course the cameras are there for some of the televised matches.
No, it's a good point. You do wonder.
Groenveld in again, bowls to Crocombe, hits away, it's a nice shot. That's going to be 4 runs. Outside the off stump, and Groenveld kicks at the floor. He's really annoyed with himself, and that was standing up to be hit. It was outside the off stump, and Henry Crocombe carved it away through backward point for 4 runs. He goes to 9, and Sussex 266 for 7.
Not the greatest delivery, but dealt with very well.
It was.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't seem a lot of point clubs having on floodlights, which must be a cost. I mean, I don't know how much it costs to have on a load of floodlights for an evening game, but it's
not an unreasonable point at all.
You know, with so much talk around county finances, you would have thought that maybe they'd want to conserve money, but we shall see. I'm sure the fact that cricket is even being played at all must be helpful. Now, there is a change in the field, and the third slip's coming into gully. So 2 slips, gully, third man, sweeper on the cover boundary. But there's no third man now, he's going to sweeper on the cover boundary. So 2 slips, gully, sweeper on the cover boundary, extra cover, mid-off, mid-onward wicket, fine leg. Groenveld is in sunshine, bowls to Crocombe, who covers up and plays perfectly respectably to mid-on. And there is no run. He's on 9, Henry Crocombe. He's faced 24 balls for those 9 runs. Ben Brown on 59, he's faced 128 balls. As another aircraft makes its way somewhere around the ground. And very loud as well. That sounds like a Spitfire.
That is a Spitfire.
It is a Spitfire.
Oh, wonderful.
Groenveld, look at that. I've missed a ball in the cricket because a Spitfire has gone across the ground. Look at that. Wonderful. Look at that.
I'll see if I can pick it up on the replay.
In the meantime, Henry Crocombe got his 10th run, but I'm sorry, Henry, we were distracted by the Spitfire.
Oh, so yes, we must apologise.
Yes, we do.
We had to fly past.
Yeah, but the Spitfire was. We don't see too many Spitfires, but that was beautiful, right across the ground. Should have had the camera ready for that. I wonder if we'll do another one. Anyway,
it's a heck of a sound, isn't it? It really is.
The third man is coming up into the gully as Groenveld is back to his mark. It's 19th over. Bright sunshine now, comes in and bowls to Ben Brown, and Brown just glides that effortlessly to the sweeper on the cover boundary, who is Daniel Bell-Drummond. Gets in the throw, 1 ball to Brown. He goes to 60. Sussex to 268 for 7. Lovely evening now. I think a lot of the heat has gone out of the day. There's lots of blue sky, so people are preparing for their barbecue or whatever tonight. It's probably a very pleasant evening to be doing. A lot of the humidity maybe has gone.
Well, I think maybe from we might give a false position from the luxury of the
bowls. Crocombe into the offside. There is no run. End of the over. 268 for 7. Brown 60. Crocombe on 10. Sorry, man.
You're still reading 27 degrees out there, so it's maybe you call that cooler. I don't know, Adrian. I don't know where your base level is, but
well, I reckon compared to
where
we were,
warm.
yeah, compared to where we were earlier on today.
It's all relative.
Yeah, we were really suffering a bit first thing this morning, but it's certainly not as hot. The sun goes round behind us here in the commentary box and in the pavilion.
You just have to grin and bear it.
You do.
What a terrible thing.
Stiff upper lip and all that.
Yes. No, how yes, channeling the Blitz spirit, aren't we?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, Adrian and I manfully struggling on in a rather warm commentary box while having to watch cricket.
Yeah,
it's a terrible thing.
This is a tough
things
life.
we do for you on the BBC.
Yeah.
Here's Thomas bowling to Brown. He's got 60, steps across his stumps very deliberately. Lovely ball from Thomas. That's really how squared him up through to the wicketkeeper. Super delivery.
England are down to 59 needed to win, you know.
Were they still five down?
Still 5 down.
Grief.
Yeah, so from a position where I thought it looked as if Pakistan were very much favourites to win.
Century partnership. And Woke's outscoring Butler now.
Yeah.
Crikey. Well.
Yeah, 55 needed to win now.
Don't need to pay attention to it now because, of course, there'll be highlights on the BBC.
There will indeed
later on the telly. Don't need to put a Sky subscription for that. Here comes Thomas to Brown. Oh, it's over the slips. Over first slip, and it'll be 4 runs. And Jordan Cox anticipated that, went to his left, to his right rather, at first slip, and it's just been cut over his head. He's just not tall enough, but yeah, so got that one.
He didn't skip a chance then. Yeah, away with it.
4 runs though.
I said once Ben gets to 72 today, he'll be 7,500 first-class runs. So he's not far from that now. Yeah, that wasn't far out of the clutches of Cox at first slip.
No, my video feed has stalled there.
Oh.
Probably when we were rattling on about the Spitfire, they just stopped in disgust. Here comes Thomas to Brown, something right across his stumps there, doesn't know where that's going. Leading edge goes off into the offside, and he gets away with that and goes onto the ground to Kadri, but Brown's on the attack here. He again looking to upset Thomas's line. He started stepping forward and across his stumps, and really didn't know where that one ended up, but it was offside. He got himself a single anyway. 65 to him, 10 for Crocombe.
Yeah, he just looks as if he's wanting to get on the attack, perhaps feeling that Sussex are getting a little bogged down here.
We were saying that, weren't we, in the last over?
Yeah.
Perhaps just a bit of frustration there. Here is Thomas now. He'll bowl to Crocombe. 2 slips in the gully in for him. Yeah, it's going to be 4. Kept it down just enough, but rising delivery on his off stump. And he has played it and kept it down, so just enough, but also through third slip as well. Don't think he knew much about where it's going. Actually, that was a no ball as well, so it wouldn't have been a wicket anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, the ball just got big on him, as they say, on Crocombe. He ended up fending it off his midriff, but he'll get 4. Ends up as 6 runs, obviously with that no ball as well. Good delivery from Thomas.
Yeah, it was.
But obviously not so good with the feet. Here he comes now, Ivan Thomas, from the pavilion end here at Canterbury. 279 for 7 Sussex, and wide won that one, and Crocombe went to chase it, asking the umpire if that's a wide. He says no, although it was certainly wide of the stumps. So Sussex looking good here, at least to get to 300.
Yeah.
Which, I think is a landmark. It's obviously takes some batting to do it, and Kent will need to bat well when they get in to make sure they get past it. So a little bit in the pitch, we think.
Yeah, I think Sussex will, if they're 300, that Sussex will feel they're well in the game here.
Looking at 14 and a bit overs to go. Thomas, and played and missed that one. Crocombe rehearsing the straight drive. And there's no run. We haven't seen much of a flourish though in the last few overs, have we? Real convincing shots for boundaries that we saw early on. And edges and nudges maybe, but it has calmed in that way, I'd suggest.
And the new ball isn't due until 90 overs, I think.
No, it's not. So it's a whole day
yeah,
effectively. So it won't be available till the first over of tomorrow. It's to limit the amount of overs that the seamers are forced to bowl, thinking that when the new balls, this one just seems away from Crocombe again.
Yeah. And
there's a big sigh at the end of that over by Ivan Thomas, puts his hands on his hips. It's an expensive one as well, but that will be 279 for 7 now for Sussex. Grown about 1 for 66 at the other end. Thomas has none for 48 from his 11. Has been expensive. Those no balls assuredly are not helping. So Brown 65, Crocombe 14. It's Matt Cole and Adrian Harms with you from BBC Radio Kent and BBC Sussex.
He's very reticent to use his spinners today, hasn't he? Sam Billing. I mean, certainly. I thought we were going to get some Darren Steve. Oh no, I think we're going to get some now. So
we're going to get some O'Riordan, I think, from the far end.
I think you're right. Yeah. So at the minute, in terms of spin, we have had 6 overs from O'Riordan and 5 overs of Kadri, so 11 overs of spin. So not an awful lot, and O'Riordan figures are pretty respectable, really. 6 overs, 2 for 22. Kadri 5 overs, 0 for 18, so he certainly hasn't got around the park. I didn't think he looked as threatening as O'Riordan, but so it is going to be O'Riordan who's going to come on to bowl. He's going to bowl from the Nackington Road end. We've still got another 14 overs to be bowled tonight. A slip is the only close fielder. There's a sweeper on the cover boundary, a short extra cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, mid-wicket. Ridden in bowls to Brown, who just tucks that one back to the square on the leg side and picks up a comfortable single, does. Brown, fielded by Kadri. And Brown goes to 66, clickety-click. 280 for 7. So Sussex will feel, if they can keep going like this, maybe picking up 3 and over for the next 14 overs, what's that, 28, 42, you know, they would be well past 300 if indeed, you know, the tail can keep together. Now a short leg has been brought in. I think that's is that Cox who's going into short leg? Yes,
indeed. With the puts the fielding helmet on. I think we're going to do an update for BBC Radio Kent very shortly. So the burst from the studio.
O'Riordan comes in, bowls to Crocombe. He's hit on the pad. The umpire says not out. I'll leave this with you just in case they come to.
Oh yeah, they're just going into a trail. That Sunday Gardening, massively popular show. Andy Garland, 10 till 2 tomorrow. O'Riordan, top ball then. Well, I have to emphasise it's not a literal silver fox. It's just the colour of Harry Podmore, one of Kent bowler's hair. It's, I say, it's extravagant. It looks beautiful in the sunlight, and there's been a lot of that today. Sussex 280 for 7. I'll get postcards. This is going to be O'Riordan bowling now. Regular wickets taken by Kent. They could really do with another one. Sussex just tending to be on top during the day with the bat. Kent have 3 wickets from that man. Podmore 2 from Marcus O'Riordan, 1 for Grenoble and 1 for Stevens. 50s for Tom Clark for Sussex. He's now out, but 66 for captain Brown. Ben Brown at the moment with 14 for Henry Crocombe at the other end as well. So Sussex 280 for 7. As I said, just getting to the point perhaps where they're batting away from Kent and having taken the advantage on the first day. But a couple of quick wickets for Kent in this last hour of the first day would certainly change those things around. England have certainly changed things around their fortunes against Pakistan. 230 for 5. They need down just 47 to win. A century partnership between Chris Wokes and Joss Butler. Cricket continuing the commentary here via the BBC Sport website and the BBC Sport app as well. Or the player that's picked to do our Zoom press conference this evening. So if I can take a screenshot, I'll do that certainly. But I'll do my very best. I think they already feel that about us journalists anyway, to be honest, but there we are. Thank you, Anna. Just having a bit of back and forth about Harry Podmore's haircut there and whether we can get a photo of it, but because I wax lyrical so much about it, but there we are. Darren Stevens, who's, I think he's naturally a silver fox now, although his hair is, how can I put it, less abundant than Harry Podmore's.
Yes.
He's going to take over at this pavilion end. Brown has 66, Crocombe has 14. And Stevens 1 for 42 so far.
Yes, in his 14 overs he's running away from us in lovely evening sunshine. Bowls to Ben Brown, and Brown is forward and plays that into the offside. There is straight on the money is Darren Stevens, pitching around middle and off. He makes a signal to his mid-on then. I don't know if it was a signal to say go back a little deeper, or I think it might have been. Just the one slip in a gully. 280 for 7, live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Sussex, as Stevens runs away from us. He's coming in and bowls to the Sussex skipper Ben Brown, who glides that beautifully away through point, just for a single, footed by Kadri. Gets in the throw, one more to Brown. He goes to 67, Sussex 281 for 7. For those just joining us late in the day, perhaps you've had a nice day out somewhere, well, welcome to the last few overs. In fact, more than a few overs, there's another 12 to go after this. Sussex winning the toss, batting. Salt 12, Haynes 21, Finch 37, Clark 64, Rawlins 16, Garton 3 and Carson 16 are the batsmen who have been in and out. Stevens is in and bowls, and well, Croker got in, but he wasn't sure whether to play or let that go, and in the end, by the time he'd made up his mind, the ball was through in the keeper's gloves. Hence the oohs and the ahs from the close fielders.
Well, that's nipped back as well.
Yeah,
Stevens,
it did,
isn't it? Oh yeah.
Ben Brown goes down and has a quick word to Henry Crocombe.
he had the Stevens look after that one, did
Really?
Crocombe? Yeah.
2 slips and a gully await.
The sheer effrontery.
Stevens is in and bowls, and Crocombe plays a rather ungainly shot out into the offside. Didn't really move his foot to the pitch of the ball, but nonetheless he kept the ball out, and as a number 9, that's what you're doing. And Ben Brown is certainly showing a lot of faith in Henry Crocombe. He's not looking to sort of farm the strike. 135 balls, Ben Brown, for his 67. He came in just before lunch, so he's been in there a long time, the Sussex skipper. But he's done a good job for his side, as he invariably does. In comes Stevens, bowls to Crocombe, and that's wide of the off stump, and he was trying to lure Crocombe into the shot, which he did. But Crocombe didn't get a touch, and the ball goes through to Robinson, and there is no run. So 2 slips of the gully, slip on the goal, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg.
He's been in 3.5 hours now, Ben Brown.
Yeah.
A hot day, takes some stamina.
He does. Stevens is in and bowls, and that pitches and then drifts away from the right-handed Crocombe, who has nothing to do with it. It's the end of another Stevens over. 15 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 43. Sussex are 281 for 7. With Brown on 67, Henry Crocombe is on 14. A chat between the 2 batsmen in the middle. Another 12 overs to go tonight. Trying to think who I might speak to from Sussex team. I think probably we'll see how the skipper finishes off. But other than that, perhaps speak to Tom Clark, who made his maiden first-class half-century today. And always good to see a young player in the runs. And we'll try and get that posted somewhere on various websites later this evening.
O'Riordan then to continue from the Nackington Road end. Brown goes down the pitch, thumps it into the offside with some speed. Good stop, that one, by Daniel Bell-Drummond.
It was a good stop, because we really middled that, Ben Brown.
That looked like 4 all the way.
Yeah, it did.
Bell-Drummond got behind it. That would have stung the palms. That cover. O'Riordan to Brown onto the back foot, rocks nicely using his feet. Just cuts that out to point where Groenewalder's fielding on the boundary, so single there. And score on to 282 for 7.
England needing 46 to win, so you'd think now England are favourites with 5 wickets in the bank.
You would, wouldn't you? Absolutely, especially as long as that partnership continues. O'Riordan bowls to Crocombe. Didn't know much about that, trying to work it way on the onside, and it ends up on the offside. It's turned away from him. 1 or 2 other scores from around the grounds as well in a moment or two. With as Adrian said, 2-3-3 for 5. England need just 44 more to win.
Wow.
Worcestershire have had a good day against Glamorgan at New Road, 274 for 3. Yorkshire 264 all out. Nottinghamshire applying 4 for none. That's at Trent Bridge. Somerset all out 166, but Northamptonshire are 67 for 6 now at Wantage Road. You do get the old green seamer there, don't you? Middlesex 252 all out. So O'Riordan bowls, shout for an LBW at Crocombe. It may not be LBW. Looks like he's having all sorts of trouble with O'Riordan suddenly.
Yeah.
So Hampshire 4 for no wicket in reply to Middlesex's 252. Leicestershire 199 all out. Derbyshire 31 for 1. O'Riordan to Crocombe, pushes forward tentatively again. Well, there's a lot of appeals.
Yeah.
He's getting outside the line of off stump, but to say he does not look comfortable at the moment, Henry Crocombe.
No, he doesn't. He looks like he wants to get down the wicket and get after O'Riordan. That might not be a bad thing to do, actually.
O'Riordan would then be thinking about the quicker one, obviously, to try and get through, perhaps for a stumping, but he bowls now. Crocombe doesn't move his feet on this occasion, drives up to mid-off. Podmore rolls on top of it and stops it. And is that the end of the over? It is. Sussex 282 for 7 with 11 overs remaining. Just go through the remaining scores. Then Gloucestershire 179 for 8 against Warwickshire at Bristol. That's been slow going, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, two and over from 80 overs, yeah. Essex 227 for 6 against Surrey at Chelmsford. And Durham 167 for 8. Also slow going against Lancashire. I just saw a match delayed by rain and wondered what that was. It's the BC Cricket Championships. It's the BC Champions, that British Columbia, against the Vancouver Vibes.
Oh, and it's raining.
At Meadowbrook Park. Yes. Oh no. But it's raining there. It's been delayed.
In comes Dale Stevens, running it over the wicket bowl to Ben Brown, and Brown plays that nicely into the offside, fielded by Billings at cover, who shied as if to throw at the stumps because Henry Crocombe had backed up quite a long way. But in the event, he decided not to throw the ball. 2 slips, third man, sweeper on the cover boundary, extra cover mid-off, mid-on the leg side, a deep mid-wicket and a fine leg as Stevens is on his way with orange soles on his boots. He's in and bowls, and Brown is, I thought, going to be caught behind. It was outside the off stump. Ben Brown looking to drive that one away through backward point. Whistle past the outside edge, taken by Robinson, and there is no run. Brown remains on 68. Sussex 282 for 7. Stevens looks rather wearily in our direction. He's in his 16th over, figures of 1 for 43 with 4 maidens, and he's on his way again. Runs in and bowls, and Brown drives nicely into the covers, fielded by Billings, and again there is no run. I don't know. I don't know whether because the scoring rate has slowed. I mean, I thought this was an excellent pitch early on in the day, and I still think it is a good pitch, but I just wonder whether perhaps it's not quite coming on.
Yeah. It doesn't look easy to force, does it, when the batsmen try to play attacking shots?
Yeah.
It's not looking that straightforward.
Stevens again bowls to Ben Brown, who cuts that one away firmly. Nothing wrong with that. And fielded by Kadri, who had to keep an eye on the ball because it was rolling over some old wicket ends which are being used. You were probably wondering, well, who on earth play cricket here? But there are some old wicket ends there, perhaps warm-up matches or junior cricket or whatever, have been played on the left of the square as we look out. Probably, what, half a dozen wickets look like they've been used. Stevens is back to his mark. Brown has gone to 69, to 83 for 7. So 2 slips and a gully in place now. Sweeper on the cover boundary, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Is that Daniel Bell Drummond warming up?
Could be.
Comes
he could bowl
Stevens
too.
And bowls, and chopped away by Crocombe. Not a shot out of the textbook, but nonetheless he kept it out and he sort of shovelled it to gully.
It kept a bit low, didn't it, I thought?
Did keep a bit low.
Outside off stump.
And there is no run. Still 10 overs to go in the day. As Stevens is back to his mark. And he's going to come running into bowl to the right-handed Henry Crocombe. He's in and bowls, and Crocombe drives. He's going to get runs here down to fine leg. Only 1 though. Not sure he quite intended it to go there, but nonetheless he's got a single. He'll be happy enough with that. And he goes to 15, does Henry Crocombe. It's the end of another over. He's pinched the strike again. Ben Brown hasn't seen an awful lot of the bowling in the last sort of half hour or so. But Sussex 284 for 7. Brown on 69, Crocombe on 15. If you've just joined us, a very good afternoon or early evening from Canterbury. You're listening to cricket from BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio Sussex. I'm Adrian Harms, my colleague is Matt Cole, and Sussex, having won the toss, are 284 for 7.
Yeah, Reardon was looked like he was having a bit of joy against Crocombe without getting a wicket in the last over, but Crocombe can see this out. So much the better for Sussex as we're in the last hour of the first day of the game. Just plays that late again down into the leg side. Another ooh and ah from the surrounding fielders. So it takes just a bit of time to settle. Slip and a short leg in. One just definitely turned past his leg stump, but harmlessly left by Crocombe.
Yeah.
As I feel the leaning is on the drive on the onside as well. Field all fairly close, plenty on the leg side as it turns naturally into the right-hander's leg. He tries to work that one away again. It's hit pad, I think, as it goes down the leg side, making a clean contact.
He can't get on strike here, Ben Brown, can he? He was quite keen. He was looking to see if there's a single there, but there really wasn't one there.
Crocombe looks like he's getting more and more antsy at the crease, and that one keeps low, hits it on the pad, and he's gone. And Crocombe looked uncomfortable against Marcus O'Regan, and he's struck. This one just keeps a little bit low, goes on with the arm, and straightforward LBW decision for umpire Long to make, and that is the wicket. As you were saying, Adrian, Ben Brown just can't get on strike at the moment, and Henry Crocombe has gone eventually for 15. LBW to Marcus O'Regan, and Sussex now 284 for 8 in the 81st over.
It looks like Stuart Meeker, I think, just saw coming down the steps at the far end of the ground, who's going to be the next batsman. He'd survived a couple of appeals, hadn't he?
Yeah.
Henry Crocombe off of Marcus O'Riordan, who's now got the very impressive figures, you have to say, of 8.4 overs, 3 for 24. So he's bowled extremely well, really, and hasn't bowled a great. Well, I guess if he bowls through, he might bowl through now before 14 overs May, but he's pretty good. So it's not beyond the realms of possibility that we might see Kent batting again today. We also don't know much about Snickers batting, but he's coming out to bat now, having a chat away to Ben Brown. Sussex will want to make sure they at least get 3 batting bonus points in the bag, having got this close. But as I say, Ben Brown has really been starved of the strike in the last half hour or so. So Crocombe has gone for 15. And it brings Stuart Meeker out to bat, making his first-class debut for Sussex. Didn't play in the game against Hampshire last week. I saw him bowling out in the middle at a couple of lunchtimes, and he's pretty quick, Stuart Meeker. And he looked as if he was really fired up and ready to go, so not at all surprising. I think he would have probably played today anyway, even if had Ollie Robinson played. I got the feeling that Stuart Meeker was in line to play. So he does a bit of gardening, and he's faced by a slip and a short leg.
Player immense promise when he broke through at Surrey, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And lots of air given by O'Riordan, just pushed into the offside by Meeker, and he'll get off the mark straight away. I gather that Pakistan just used their last review as well, doing an LBW that wasn't, by the way, and England are closing in. 2-3-6 for 5 now, 41 needed, 5 wickets left, and well, perhaps the balance of the side is exactly right. There we go, Adrian.
Yeah, there we are.
Oh, yeah. It can only be wrong. Brown goes for that one. Thought it was aerial for a moment. No, actually he's kept it pretty well down. Good stop on the boundary, on the leg side boundary by Ivan Thomas, and they'll come back in the end 4-2. Nicely worked, but yeah, just pulled away. A little bit of lift straight off, but bouncing well before it reached Ivan Thomas. Absolutely safe.
That was a good bit of fielding actually by the big man, because it's late in the day and he had to chase around the boundary. He's got his hands on his hips. Probably made him puff a little bit, but he prevented a couple of runs. Just a sign there, I thought, that we've spoken about Ben Brown maybe looking to get on with it, only because how much faith would he have in the tail? He's on 71. He's batted very well, the skipper. It depends how much faith he has in lower order. But Stuart Meeker played a very respectable off drive to get a single at the beginning of that over. But he's now got to face Darren Stevens. 9 overs remaining in the day, 287 for 8 are Sussex. Stevens just waits at the end of his run. 2 slips and a gully are the close fielders for Stuart Meeker. There's a backward point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg, and Stevens is in and bowls, and well, that dribbles through rather to Stuart Meeker. And dribbles past Meeker and through to keeper Robinson. So Stevens in his 17th over, figures of 1 for 45.
He played 2 one-day internationals and 2 T20 internationals, Stuart Meeker, but that was back in 2011 and 2012.
Yeah.
Both of them in India.
I spoke to him just after he joined Sussex, as in comes Stevens and bowls. Meeker lets that go outside the off stump. There is no run, and he was talking in the winter. I think pre-Christmas we spoke to him, and he was saying then he feels he's got some miles in the tank. I think he feels he's got a bit to prove, that perhaps he hasn't had the opportunities at Surrey in the last few years that he might have. But when you've got an attack with the likes of the Curran brothers and Mornay Morcott, it's pretty tough to fight your way into that side. So maybe Sussex can benefit from Stuart Meeker as in comes Stevens and bowls, and that drifted away from the right-handed Meeker, who played respectfully enough into the offside, and there is no run.
Cursed by injuries as well.
Yes, he has had a lot of injuries. Yeah, and I guess that's one of the concerns Sussex might have, as how fit can they keep Stuart Meeker. And that's perhaps why some of these players aren't going to play in every one of these matches. They're going to need to rotate them. Stevens is on his way again and bowls, and Meeker plays that into the gully. That's a good bit of fielding by O'Riordan, and again there is no run. I'm not sure when the next test starts. Ollie Robinson has been called into the bubble. I think you have to do 5 just a certain amount of days in the bubble before you can play. I think it might be 5 days, so maybe they've got him in just for cover. And then if he doesn't play, perhaps you come back to Hove and play in the game against Essex next week. I think that's kind of how it works. Stevens is on his way and bowls, and that drifts away from the right-handed Mika, taken by Robinson, and there is no run. One more ball to go in the 17th over, being bowled by Darren Stevens, and after this there'll be 8 remaining in the day. 287 for 8 are Sussex. Yeah, well, it's maybe about even at the minute. I mean, you just don't know until we've seen Kent batting. Comes Stevens and bowls, and Mika lets that go outside the off stump. There is no run. Well, judging by Stevens, he thought that was a play and a miss, and maybe I did him a slight disservice. End of the over, another maiden over from Stevens. 17 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 45. Live cricket here on the BBC from BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio Sussex. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Matt Cole. We've been very well looked after here by Kent today. We're in our biosecure commentary box with a sliding door between Matt and I. We've been supplied with copious drinks, which has been very kind of people here at Kent, so thank you for that.
You know, they love to have fed us as well. They apologise when we turned up for the practice match for not being able to, which I thought was very sweet. Yeah, to say. Brought their own sandwiches, but obviously for those very important reasons of keeping everyone in their own little sections, quite right too. But, very well catered for otherwise. O'Riordan to Brown, just takes the bottom hand off the handle there as cuts away. Late on that was Ben Brown. I don't know if O'Riordan's going to have a look at the replay, because the batsman's got his back to us, so we can't see. There's definite turn from O'Riordan.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Absolutely on the replay there.
Well, 7,500 first-class runs for Ben Brown, so well done to the skipper.
Great landmark.
Yep.
Next ball is pushed into the onside by Brown. I do apologise. Success with the replay there. Past Cox at a short leg, and there's no run. So Slope maybe just hoping to bring the ball in as well, and he's missed that one. I think he's actually wrapped the wicketkeeper on the pads and bounced up that one from O'Riordan. But yeah, the Slope, as we look at it from right to left, actually taking the ball in further into the batsman. So O'Riordan trying to farm that as well through to Brown on his toes this time. There's no run.
We were talking about Come From Away, the musical that was set in Canada, and Gary Knight, sorry, I didn't see your tweet from earlier, he said, Adrian, I went to see Come From Away last year and really enjoyed it. Loved it, he says, a story that restores your faith in humanity.
It's O'Riordan to Brown, little nudge, always got halfway up the pitch, throw in, safe.
Yeah.
And Brown was halfway up there. Podmore got his arm in there, straight to the wicketkeeper, but Brown not so far up that he couldn't redeem himself. But Mika not interested. Yes, no skipper. Send him back. He might well have been right. Stuart Mika to say at the end he's at. So one more ball from O'Riordan. Just opened the face there, nicely worked actually by Ben Brown, down to third man. In fact, it's gone through for 4. He'll get a boundary at the end of the over when it looked like spinner O'Riordan was on top. Brown moves on to 72, 292 for 8 now. Essex closing in on that third batting point.
Yes, they are, and so they'll be very pleased, I think, to have got to. I think when they lost those quick wickets, sort of either side of T. If you Brown would have snapped your hand off, to be honest. So yeah, 221 for 6, now 292 for 8. So best part of 71 runs these 2 wickets have added, and they're pretty slightly irritating runs for Kent. But Sussex will want to get to that bowling point. Sorry, to that third batting point. Stevens in, bowls to Brown, and Brown cuts that one away handsomely. That's going to be at least 1 and possibly 2. They're coming back for the second. The throw comes in, and he's run out by a mile. Run out by a mile was Stuart Wick. I think he was a little slow to turn, to be honest. He was looking for the second, and he's not looking at his skipper. And I'm not sure who you blame there. Ben Brown wanted the second. I'm not sure whether Ben Brown blames himself or whether he thought Stuart Meeker was a little slow to turn. My impression was the latter, actually. I think there was always 2 there.
Yeah.
But I think Meeker, that sort of little bit of hesitation, good bit of fielding, throw came in, but you could tell from here he was a way out, and Stuart Meeker knew it as well. So Meeker goes. Will we lose 2 overs for a break between the innings if that happens?
Yeah, two and the remaining, so whatever's remaining from the over that you're in. If that makes sense. If it makes any sense to you at all. But just looking at the running again, yeah, Brown has turned, but Meeker is slow getting off, and Ben Brown was demonstrably annoyed by that. I think he's right as well. If Meeker had turned when Brown had called for the second, I think he would have made it. As it was, he was actually in the air diving, wasn't he? He made a big old dive at the far end, and Stevens had taken whipped the bails off, and it's as a run out for Kent, and frustrating, as you can see, for Darren Stevens, not for Darren Stevens, for Ben Brown at the other end. They're down to their 9th wicket, and Mitch Claydon now comes in against his former county at the non-striker's end. Brown to face.
In comes Stevens, bowls, and Ben Brown carves that away. That is going to be more runs in. Now they're going to look for 2 here. There's another good bit of fielding by Kadri out on the boundary. Mitch Claydon made absolutely certain he was coming back for the second there. Ben Brown determined to keep the strike. Sussex 295 for 9. He'll be cross the skipper if Sussex don't get to 300 now. How many more balls left in this over? There's only been 2 balls so far. Stevens is just moving his mid-wicket a little bit squarer. Brown waits. Stevens is on his way and bowls, and Ben Brown hammers that one away through the offside. And this time, no, he's sending Mitch Claydon back, which is interesting. So he's definitely trying to farm the strike now, is the skipper. Brown remains on 75. There was a single there, but he wasn't trusting Mitch Claydon. Mitch Claydon batted well last week, actually, and but we were saying his first-class average is something like 15. So he's not the worst.
No, he's solid, plays good shot. He's got a good drive, actually. Good cover drive.
Stevens in bowl to Ben Brown, who works this one away on the offside. Now this time they are going to take the single. Claydon ran the first one very fast, but then Ben Brown decided that was enough, so he's going to leave Mitch Claydon to face the final 2 balls of this over. 296 for 9. So Sussex within touching distance of a 3rd batting bonus point. Kent already with their 3 bowling points safely in the bag. I wonder actually, from Billings' point of view here, he might be thinking actually, if they take a wicket now, they'll have to face 4 overs tonight, which he may not want to do, but I think if you get the wicket, you take the wicket, really, don't you?
Yeah, I think it's not the case. I think they'll back their batsmen in tonight to face. Not ideal, perhaps, but it is friends reunited, Darren Stevens and Mitch Claydon.
Yeah, they'd have played a few games together.
They have indeed, and huge friends as well.
Are they?
These 2, absolutely. Yeah.
I bet there's a bit of banter going on out there.
There will be. Well, Mitch is never short of a word, is he? So I'm sure there'll be a word or 2.
Stevens in and bowls, and Claydon tucks that one away nicely on the leg side. Stevens stands in the way of him as he takes that run. Yeah, all good fun. But Claydon on his way, and that was a perfectly respectable shot. 297 for 9. 1 more ball left in the over. Now I think Ben Brown will be very keen to get down to the striker's end here, and Sam Billings knows it. So the field is up, saving the 1. There is a sweeper on the cover boundary and a fine leg, but apart from that, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fielders saving a single, as well as a slip and a gully. So 7 men saving 1. As in comes Stevens and bowls, and Brown's down the wicket, and he flays that one to mid-on. The throw comes in to the keeper, and he's not out. So it was a good bit of fielding actually by Podmore, who picked the ball up at mid-on, got the throw in to keeper Robinson, but Ben Brown was very quickly through, and Mitch Claydon ran for all he was worth down to the far end. It is the end of the over. 298 for 9. Brown on 77, Claydon on 1.
Yep, so Stevens hands on hips there. I think as much as he might want to have a bit of a joke with Mitch Claydon. The heat and the energy expended from Darren Stevens, he'll just want to get out of this this innings at this point, won't he? 2 runs short. Sussex of their 3rd batting point. Kent have their 3rd bowling bonus point, so it'll be an equaliser for Sussex if you're going for that. O'Riordan just shined the ball on the back of his whites with 6 overs remaining of the day, and bowls now to Brown. Tries to whip that away on the onside, doesn't get all of it, and in fact Kadri fields it just behind square in the snare run. Good throw from Kadri as well for that run out, wasn't it?
Yes, it was
nice and accurate for Stevens to whip the bails off. Did a good job. England are very close to beating Pakistan. More air given by O'Riordan. Attempted punch well up the pitch to long on Billings fields, and there's no run there. Could have taken it, Brown decided to stay at this end. So 2 dot balls so far, definitely trying to farm the strike. O'Riordan with Brown coming down the pitch, chips it up towards Sam Billings, and they get through comfortably to single. So Claydon will face at least 1, possibly 3 from O'Riordan to finish the over. So yeah, England 2, 5, 6 for 5 now. 75 for Butler, 71 for Wokes. They are 21 away from victory. Incredible. Century Plus partnership.
I wonder what Mitch Claydon's going to do here, because just the 1 run needed to get to this 3rd batting bonus point. I love it when it gets to this stage in a game, because every point is hard fought over, isn't it? Every point, I should say, is hard fought over.
So a little bit of a break as they change the field, with Sam Billings going back further at mid-off. This one's getting a good sum. Yeah, he's got a good drive there. See, yeah. Claydon gets down left-handed. Big broad shoulders. Darren Stevens at slip waiting for any error, and he pushes forward again and finds leaning again with the push into the offside. And the final ball from O'Riordan of his over. Brown 78, Claydon 1. There's a quick chat with Sam Billings. Does Marcus O'Riordan. Goes back to his fielding place from Billings. Mid-off, here's O'Riordan round the wicket to the left-hander. Pushes back up the pitch. O'Riordan fields off his own bowling, and there is no run, and Ben Brown will have strike for the next over. 299 for 9, Sussex.
Yeah.
Getting closer.
They are. So well done, Mitch Claydon. He's done his part. I suspect we might see Ben Brown having a bit of a dip at 1 here. He'll be desperate that Sussex at least get 3 batting bonus points. I think that would have been a minimum, really, winning the toss this morning. They'd have expected to. I still think what looks a decent pitch. We'll probably get the views, or find out a little bit more about it with our after-match interviews this evening, but it certainly seems to have played pretty well. So, Stevens is going to bowl to Ben Brown. There is a slip. A 3rd man, point, extra cover mid-off. There's a mid-on. In fact, the mid-off and the mid-on are changing places now for some reason.
Joss Butler's out, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Could there be another twist?
How much more do they need?
They still need 21 to win.
Okay.
4 wickets remaining.
Stevens in and bowls, and Ben Brown is going to get runs down to 3rd man, and that's going to be the 3rd batting bonus point, and a very good bit of fielding by O'Riordan down there. But it's 2 more to Ben Brown, and that's the 300 up for Sussex.
Indeed so. So levelled the bonus points there. Applause from the balcony of the Les Ames stand there. See Jason Gillespie coming out with a big floppy hat on. Applaud his captain and Mitch Claydon. 301 for 9.
In comes Stevens again. Bowls, and Brown carves this one away to Kadri, who fields sweeping on the cover boundary. Brown goes to 81, Sussex to 302 for 9.
Sussex have made steady progress all through the day.
Yeah,
they have chipped away with wickets, but can't stop them getting to that landmark of 300.
No, absolutely. Claydon coming now 2 slips in place for Stevens, who bowls, and Clayton shows him the full maker's name, plays it straight back down the track, and I think Darren Stevens probably sharing a joke there with Mitch Clayton. And there is no run. He's in his 19th over, Darren Stevens, 5 maidens, 1 for 54. Stevens turns again, runs away from us, bowls, and Clayton is forward, plays onto the onside. They've taken 1, and that's all they'll take. Mitch Clayton goes to 2, played out through square leg. 303 for 9.
Closing in the end of day 1. And that'll be a long, I was going to say, a long hot shower. Might be a long cold shower for some of these players, and the heat they've had.
Yeah.
And some of the bowlers.
In comes Stevens over the wicket, bowls, and Brown just placing the crease into the offside, and there is no run. 1 more ball to go in this over. 303 for 9. Ben Brown on 81. If he were to get to 100, it would be his 19th first class 100. But he's got a little way to go yet. Mitch Clayton at the other end. I think the first objective was anything now is a bonus, I think, for Sussex, really. They've got these 3 batting bonus points.
Yeah.
Change in the field. Bell Drummond has come up from deep mid-wicket. And Stevens is going to bowl the last ball of this, the 86th over of the day, as in he comes to bowl to the Sussex skipper. He's in and bowls, and Brown lets that go outside the off stump. There is no run. End of the over. 303 for 9. So 4 overs to go. So if a wicket were to go down in this over, I think Kent would have to face 1 over. Is that right?
Yes, absolutely right. So I'm sure Kent's bowlers don't particularly want to bowl again first thing tomorrow morning.
No.
So they would like this to be over. And yes, happened to Essex against Kent, and to see off a single over on the end of the 3rd day. They got through that all right. But
yeah. Interesting, England has sent in Stuart Broad, who's coming ahead of Dom Best and Jofra Archer. So whether they think the experienced Broad is the man for the job.
20 to win now. 4 overs to go this day at Canterbury. Clayton pushes O'Riordan back to the bowler, and there's no run. So 20 left for England with the 4 wickets remaining. So more air given by O'Riordan here. It's driven through the covers, and Billings is after it. He'll come back for 2, Clayton. Yeah, absolutely, nice shot. Put more trust in him, skipper. That's 4 for Clayton now, 81 for Brown.
Batted very well last week, actually. I think he had a couple of boundaries in his innings, which just gave Sussex a bit of a buffer at the end of their 2nd innings.
But he plays pretty straightforwardly and pretty straight, Clayton, as well. He's not going cross-batted at stuff, is he? He's playing straight, and obviously he's got power too, and timing. Just lets that run off the bat and off, and there's no run. Soft hands out into the offside. Jordan Cox fields. Just the 1 slip in. Cox is not forward short leg anymore. And in the block hole, that one, O'Riordan fields again really well off his own fielding. Divey scampering to his right. It's 2 off the over so far. 2 balls to come. Sussex 305 for 9 here at Canterbury. Again, plays it with soft hands. Clayton to the offside. Won't expect any heroics from him on this last ball either.
No.
He'll just want to see this one off, and Ben Brown will take strike then for the next over. Will be 3 to go. O'Riordan gives that lots of air. Clayton, well, he didn't want to take the single, I don't think. He didn't think his captain was going to be coming down to back up, and he's just angled that down through 3rd man, and he almost just stopped dumbfounded when he saw Ben Brown coming down from the other direction. But Brown lets him take the strike. So 3 overs remaining. So yes, by my reckoning, Adrian, if we get a wicket now, that'll be the end of the day. It's 6:10 here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Sussex. welcome to you, our listeners today. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, it's been a fun day. I've enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I could see the Sussex players on the balcony periodically are turning away from the cricket and watching what I can only imagine is probably a television over there. I wonder whether they're watching the eyes on two matches. In comes Stevens, running in, bowls to Clayton, who's forward and plays very pleasantly to mid-on, fielded by Podmore. And there is no run. 2 slips. Point. Extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Square leg and a long leg. 306 for 9 as Sussex. So both sides with a share of the spoils at the end of day 1 with 3 points each. That kind of feels about right, really, Matt.
Yeah, I think pretty close.
In again is Stevens, bowls, and Clayton looks to flick that one down towards fine leg, but the ball just mistimes it and bounces out into the onside, fielded at mid-wicket, and there is no run. It's been pretty hot over in that Sussex balcony actually today. They've been in the sun most of the day. I can see someone over there with a shirt off, so it's pretty warm. As Stevens in his 20th over. Runs in and bowls, and Clayton shows the maker's name, foot right down the wicket and plays the ball back to Stevens, and there is no run. I think probably everyone would happily sort of pull the stumps out now, really, and say, well, that's enough for the day.
feels a bit of a phony war right
yes,
at the end here, doesn't it? I think everyone is tired.
Yeah.
Sussex batsmen don't want to give up this final wicket.
We're not going to get Kemp batting now, that's for sure. As in comes Stevenson, bowls down the leg side. That's a loose delivery and taken by Robinson. So whatever happens, I don't think we're going to see Kemp back tonight, even if a wicket fell, because you'd lose 2 overs. So we'd call it that for the day.
Absolutely right. Meanwhile, England, Pakistan rather, are now 1 over away from the new ball. Oh. But England still have 4 wickets in hand, and they are 15 runs away from victory now. Incredible effort by Chris Wokes and by Joss Butler.
Yeah. Stevens bowls, and Clayton is forward, plays it back down the track, and there is no run. Yeah, it's not quite the drama of Headingley last year, is it?
No.
But a fine effort from Wokes. I think, I think myself included, actually, if I'm being honest, thought, number 7, Chris Wokes is a fine cricketer, but, 7, I wondered if that was a bit high. Well, he's certainly justified the selection of playing with the extra bowler.
Yeah, absolutely. With that big first innings deficit as well, they fought back really well.
Stevens bowls, and Clayton's beaten outside of the off stump. Good delivery by Stevens. Clayton played all around it. The ball goes through to keeper Robinson. It is the end of the over. 20 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 55 for Darren Stevens, and there are 2 overs to go tonight. And as I say, I think it's probably honours about evens, really.
Yeah, it will be fascinating to see what Kemp make of this pitch when Sussex bowlers, who we do know, as our emailers was saying earlier on, rather in trepidation. Kent do have a collapse in them. We saw them out for 112 against Essex, but very much hoping they bat better than that in the first innings against Sussex. Brown's down the pitch. Carves that away into the offside. In fact, it's 1 bounce to Tim Groenewald. He's not managed to pierce the field, so it'll just be a single. 82 for him, 5 for Clayton, 307 for 9.
A tweet from Panther Darts. I'm not quite sure who that is, but he says Ben Brown's such a consistent performer, and he really is. Averaging the best part of 40 as a keeper. I think that's pretty good going.
Yeah.
In first-class cricket.
Exactly what you need. O'Riordan to Clayton.
Sharp!
What a thump that is. Straight back past the bowler. Straight drive for 4 runs. That stayed hit all the way along the ground.
It did.
No risk. 4 runs for Clayton. He's on to 9. 311 for 9.
Yeah, super shot, wasn't it? Foot down the wicket. Hammered the ball through.
I said he's not...
He's up to 9.
Doesn't dangle his bat all over the place. He's so he'll play good and straight. Good straight drive. Good cover drive. No run. Exactly what you want from your number 11. It's gives you a chance to stay in the game. The 10th wicket.
Yeah.
And cuts that away. That's a rarity. The Mitch Claydon cut out towards the offside boundary, fielded by Ivan Thomas, and takes a single onto 10. Yeah. 82 for Brown. Another nice shot.
It was perfectly respectable, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I always think with these partnerships, you sort of get to 312, then do you sort of have half an eye and think, oh, I don't know, perhaps we get to 350 here. Still a little way to go, another 38, but these two have looked. Something Mitch Claydon. I mean, Ben Brown is not going to get to his 100 tonight, I wouldn't think. But he may be thinking, well, I think Mitch might be able to hang in there tomorrow morning if Sussex are still batting. And another change in the field.
So Reardon, 2 balls to come of this over. They're into their 3rd innings in the Northampton-Somerset game. Northampton bowled out for 67. That's 99 short of Somerset's 1st innings, and they've got 8 overs to go there as well. Reverse sweep by Brown. This is irritating for Kent, but great for Sussex, absolutely all the way on the ground for 4 runs. Nicely done by Ben Brown, who moves on to 90. Is that, or have they already got the runs up?
I think those runs are up. I think he's up to 86.
Yes, 316 for 9 then. Crikey. That's good news. I feel like O'Riordan has probably bowled his last for the day.
Yeah.
Of course he has already, because he's only got 1 over after this, but it's gone for 10, and that'll be painful for Sam Billings at the end of the day, when Kent have just about stayed with Sussex, I think, in terms of runs and wickets. But O'Riordan to Brown down the pitch, doesn't get all of that. Daniel Bell dives over it at mid-wicket, but it could well go to the boundary. Billings chases, and that insult to injury from Ben Brown, who moves on to 90. As I said, he really didn't time that from O'Riordan, but that's a big over from there. 14 off the spinner, penultimate over of the day as well. And so they may well make Kent's bowlers get their weary limbs back on the trail tomorrow morning again, because there's just 1 over to go. Claydon will start facing it.
And that last over is going to be bowled by Darren Stevens. Well, as I say, always so difficult to assess a game of cricket until both sides have batted, but you just feel that it is probably about even. Maybe Sussex will feel that from where they were at 221 for 6, that these last 3 wickets have added the best part of 100 runs, which shows that the pitch is certainly not a minefield. I think Harry Pobwell's going to bowl the last over of the day. Oh no, he's not. I thought he was taking his cap off. Would have been a little odd, and it is going to be Darren Stevens. So 1 over to go. Lovely evening here in Canterbury, lots of blue sky. The sun is not out at the minute, but it's no threat of rain or anything like that. And Mitch Claydon is going to face Darren Stevens. He's got 2 slips in place. He's got a backward point in a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a square leg and a long leg, as in comes Stevens running away from us. He's in on bowls, and Claydon lets that one go outside of the off stump, plants a big foot down the wicket, and the ball goes through to Ollie Robinson, and there is no run. Are we still? Oh no, we've had a run out, 7 catches and an LBW. So yes, still nobody bowled.
No, I'm afraid that's the last 2 dismissals have completely ruined our.
Yeah, ruined our stat, didn't they?
But there we are.
Stevens again. He's on his way. He's in the bowls, and Claydon again lets that go. The ball bounces once before it's taken very competently by Robinson, who's kept well today. There is no run. When I say he's kept well, I haven't noticed him, and I think that's always a good sign of a good wicketkeeper. He's just been very clean and tidy in his work.
Chris Nash has done well, former Sussex player today. 3 Yorkshire wickets for 20.
Really? Bowling his off spin?
Yeah.
Stevens on his way again, bowls, and that's wide of the off stump, and Claydon lets that go. He's not to be tempted, and I think Darren Stevens just having a word there with Mitch Claydon, perhaps suggesting he might have wanted to have a dip at that one. Mitch Claydon's probably thinking, well, I want to hang around now because the skipper's on 90 not out, and he could, rather nice if you could steer the skipper through to what would be his 19th first class 100. 3 balls left in the day. Ben Brown leans on his bat. 320 for 9, so he's on his way. Stevens and bowls, and Claydon plays down to mid-on, and there is no run.
Centuries for Jake Libby and Brett D'Oliveira, and a big stand for Worcestershire today. So 3 early wickets, but they think they go in 309 for 3 at the end of the day. Those 2 combined, they're both not out going until tomorrow. And Ben Curran, the only one in double figures in the Northamptonshire innings, by the way. That's 67. He made 35 of 67.
Wow, Stevens in bowls to Clayton, who drives beautifully to the offside, but well fielded at mid-off by Thomas, who for a big man at the end of a long day was down very quickly and prevented the single.
Craig Overton taking 4 for 12.
Wow. They're, and of course Northants, in terms of the championship, not the Bob Willis Trophy, are a first division side.
Yeah, coming up.
Pleased to see Vasconcelos playing, because I think
Yeah.
didn't he break his leg playing football last year? I think he was another one of it. I think so, or certainly got injured.
Footballing casualties, yeah.
Yeah. Changing the field, Daniel Bell Drummond has gone into a very short,
with 1 ball to go.
yeah, sort of silly mid-off position. Last ball of the day.
Mind the windows.
Yeah, in comes Stevens and bowls, and Clayton turns it onto the leg side. Ben Brown says, "Get back," which Clayton was halfway down the wicket, but the skipper was having none of that. It is the end of the day's play, and a very good day's cricket it's been as well. Sussex closing on 320 for 9, with the skipper Ben Brown on 90. They've rather helpfully taken the scoreboard down, but Mitch Claydon, I think, was on 10. I'll confirm that for you.